Oh my. Hi. Wow. I didn't expect this now, so I'm a little bit surprised. I wonder if the you can see, you can hear me. Wow, and I'm shocked. It have not been working on my channels to go online, so maybe I should. I don't know if I jinx this if I put up another image, but I will try just to keep some other image up here, so it's not like just blank. Wow, this was cool though. I'm so used to hearing my voice, and since I haven't been able to go on live, I felt weird. What image shall I use then? Oh, I have to choose something here. What shall I choose? I'm sorry if anyone comes in. I don't hear myself though. I mean, usually I hear myself in maybe this one. This is a rough one, but still cool. I think I will use this one. I think this is maybe not, but yeah. Okay, I will take this one now. I can't go on and on about that. So let's see. Not to end the stream now when I'm here. No way. So this one. Okay, so and then I go back. So wow. This is fabulous. I don't know even who is still on this channel. I mean, whoever find me here now. Oh, this seems a little brutal, maybe. No, really. Does it though? I don't know. Well, I will keep it. But I want to talk about a few. Oh, I think I also can. Let's see. Well, okay, I have to see if I have a lot of windows open here. I don't know. I will just let this be now. Oh, oh, oh. Sorry. So, what do I want to talk about then? I have so much on my mind. I've had so much on my mind for a long time now. If someone comes in, and also, by the way, it's Sam Neils. I think this Everybody's Talking. That song that I had on my mind, and I can't hear a word that is saying. Maybe I dare to Google it. Everybody's talking. Oh, this is. Whoops. I will have. Let's see. Whoop, whoop. Whoop, whoop. I'm sorry about this. It takes some time. Okay. I will see if I can just put the link to it. It's not here though. Let's see. I think it's called Sam, right? I'm not sure. I'm not sure now where that one is. Maybe it's two. Fred Neil is called, I think. Oh, here it is. I don't remember the rest of the song, but I think it's somehow valid here. So today I did a mediumship reading for someone. That is, well, anyway, I won't go into the whole reading, but I was I'm drifting. I was so surprised that I got in here now. So, anyways, the guides, the spirit guides, told me to channel the client's inner voice. I've never done that before, but it landed well with her. So that was wild. It was different, I must say. And it was also clear why I needed to do that. To her also, I believe. So that was some parts of my day. Okay, what do I want to talk about? There are so many things. Oh, I've written a few things down. But now it was so long ago since I wanted to talk about a lot of things. Now I've forgotten them all. I wonder if someone comes in here. Everybody's talking, so who cares? But yeah, I will just see if I can find a few things that I had on my mind. There were so many things, and I put them at the same place. And I must go back and see if someone comes in, though. I wonder if it's on this channel or another where I talked about yoga. I also want to keep doing that. I was reading from some text about yoga, and that's a much calmer way to get into it than reading it just by myself. So, so much have happened lately that is very difficult to express or explain. So I don't even know when I should put my foot up, I think. I don't even know how to do that, honestly. So I think I won't, but still, I'm still searching for what I want to talk about. There are many things. And many things I wanted to talk about on my main channel. I mean, the channel that is connected to my Facebook. But if I did, then I have to also, because I can go on live on Facebook, but here I can drift and talk more so randomly in a different way. So, and also had an idea about new making a tarot deck. We will see how it goes with that one. I had a bunch of wonderful ideas, but then, well, I will see. I have this blank deck. You've heard about this before, where it's all cards are white, but it's like a tarot deck still. And I think each and every card have different energies still. And I can see various images in the white, so I don't have to have. I meant to actually paint them, but then I realized that it's better that it's alive. But I think that each card have their special energy vibe, so it still is. I mean, there is a reason that there are several different cards still. It sounds weird, I know, but to me that's it. So I've felt so many different things have happened lately. I wonder if I could even come close to talk about what they are. I don't think that's possible. So, but I'm still searching here, because I keep so many things. This is not only online. This is in my life also. I try to clear and throw the stuff away and stuff, but I keep saving. I must kind of rinse it sometimes, but so therefore it takes a while for me to even find what I had in mind. There are many ideas also, but it's very boring to listen to someone talking about what they plan to talk about. I've heard that many times for others. But I'm getting there. I'm soon getting to some point here, and if I'm not cut off or anything, I will just linger here and see if someone comes in who knows me from before or whatever. At least I have some hackers, apparently. Maybe they are just on one channel if they're not totally online. I don't know. I've had those who are everywhere. I think it's better when they just don't show themselves. Let's see. Okay, here, maybe I should start to talk about witchcraft. Why not? No, I won't talk about that. Okay, I will have to sit here all night and talk about stuff now that I have on my... Oh, I just kept a few weird things here. Just came across a lot of things that I meant to Google, but I haven't done so. I haven't had the time. Okay. Here is one thing I wanted to talk about, actually, about star seeds. I wonder if I should start there or if I should start further than that. I think I will start there for now, and maybe something else afterwards. Because this was one thing that I've never actually heard or known exactly, and I'm not sure this is correct, though, by the way. But I know that I belong to Sirius, and people that I know don't. I know I'm an indigo and stem from Sirius. That much I knew. But I will tell you a little bit about starseeds now then. That's a term that is used among some spiritual or New Age cultures. I'm not a fan of New Age cultures and even those concepts or words. But I also can see some meaning in them. I mean, how they can describe certain things. Whatever you believe about it is kind of fine, or if you don't, that's fine too. But that we have, the content is like that we have our origin from other planets or dimensions, even, you can say. And that we have incarnated on this earth to help the humanity to develop and awaken. And that's so fun. Some things are so fun, Some things I've heard recently from someone that they call me awake, and also that I'm like unusual. I'm not trying to be special now when I say this. I'm just surprised about it, that my way of caring for others and so on is not very common among humans, which I have kind of noticed, but it's also surprising at the same time, honestly, because you are only yourself. You only know how you are and how you function, what you see. So it's, even if you realize that others react differently or so on, you still don't really understand. I have to check in now and then and see if someone comes in and like are here with me now. Anyways, so I must say, we here are considered then to have special gifts or consciousness or insights that make it possible then to contribute with a higher consciousness and change on the earth here then. This must be the lowest plane. No, maybe not. But there are different types of starseeds then, depending on which planet or dimension they are said to stem from then. And many believe that they also, or we, have a feeling that we don't really belong on Earth. I actually always had, no, I can't say actually, but rather that I belong to a place next door, so to speak, or like that home was a dimension close by. It was not like up in the sky. I didn't feel it that way, but I felt the spirit world very close by, and I knew I was home there, kind of. But I met the one that initiated me into Reiki. I've put up a lot about Reiki this week on my Facebook mediumship page. And I still do that. I mean, was popular, let's say, long ago, but still. Oh, what is this? Someone is like saying something. Where are they? Oh, the person that I did a mediumship reading for today, and also channeled her inner voice. is writing about her interest in stuff, other stuff that I mentioned anyway. That's her. Anyway, where was I now? I'm drifting. I have no clue what I was talking about then, and that's good. I will keep on keeping on here. Anyways, yeah, the one I was going to, the one that initiated me into Reiki and also into Master, there was the second degree initiation I got from another one. Her name, the first Annie Ekeberg that I got the first and the third degree from, she was very, very aware of her origin in the stars, let's say. And I thought she sounded so nuts when she spaced away in these kinds of ideas when I was like in my 20s, sort of. But also, she gave me so much. I mean, I had the what the word for that, but anyway, she did these chakra flow massages on me from Ambres, if you have heard about that. Anyway, I also done these massages. It's like someone channeled Ambres, or actually was like possessed by that spirit from ancient Egypt, it said, and so on. Anyway, I listened to her, but I was like not so into this then. But apparently we met and whatnot. And the second degree Reiki I got from Solveig Varic, who was my teacher and also owned a Waldorf school in Gothenburg. So anyway, yeah, I just wanted to say that about Annie, about her greater consciousness that not all understood. I'm so pleased and happy that I met her. Such a sweet soul, such a sweet woman. And she's not among us anymore. Many of my lovely teachers and friends, they are also have passed on. And I want to sometime write a book and mention all these lights in my life that have been there, and also those that are still here in this life, you know. Anyways, moving on about the types. So there are different types. Those people can also have a feeling that they're more sensitive or intuitive than other people. And I mean, usually I think in my case, it have been more so that other people have thought that we are different. You know, you are only yourself, so you don't think so much about that. At least I haven't in that sense. But anyway, also, I mean, this is not scientifically proven, obviously, to put that in there. I mean, obviously, it could have been, but yeah. Anyways, and as I said, I don't talk about this as truths per se. I talk about it as like concepts of thinking or imagining or whatever. But I like them still, even if I have questions. But anyways, and where the origin of these concepts and everything, I'm not so sure about buying into all that. But there is some validation in it, and also there is some recognition in it that people can recognize stuff. And also through my guides, they have shown me certain things that I didn't know that goes along these lines, let's say. Anyways, some of the most well-known types of star seeds and what they are like, I will mention as far as I know. I don't know all of these then. So, and I'm not even sure if I pronounce it right. So Liran is one, and I've seen one, by the way, that looked so much like this. She worked at the health store in this town several years ago, and just her outer appearance was as if meeting a walking star. I'm not sure she knew that, but if you Google them, they have a special. They look in a special way, and she was like amazingly like them. Anyway, the origin there would be Lyra, and then there is a star seed that is a home for many advanced civilizations, it's said. And they are then how you can recognize them are from their creativity and also artistic talent and a strong longing for freedom. And they are often leaders or have a strong sense for justice. The second is the Pleiades. I don't know what it's called in English actually, but you know, I think you all know what they are. These seven sisters, I think they're called sometimes. Or, anyways, anyway, I will just talk about their what they are known to be like. Those who stem from there, and they are known for their empathy and compassion and also intellect. They are often interested in helping others and can be very sensitive for energy. And then comes Sirius, then, which is mine. And that is one of the most brilliantly lit stars on the night sky. And Sirius starseeds are often described as intellectual and have a deep understanding for spirituality and mystique. They're often very innovative. Is that even an English word? Anyway, and can have a strong ability to think outside of the box, which I'm not so sure about all of these things for myself, but yeah, still I know I'm from there. Anyway, and then there are Arcturians. I think Teal, for example, says so. Anyway, that's those are said to be very wise and have a strong connection to technology and healing, and they're often interested in helping develop new ways to help humanity and to make life on Earth better. And then we have Orion, and that's a well-known star constellation with these three Orion's belt, And Orion starseeds is said to be very brave and like fighting souls. They can be interested in fighting for justice and have a very strong will. They're also sometimes they have challenges when it comes to aggression and conflict. Well, I could match many of these, I see, but anyway. And then we have Venus, and I have to go back and see if someone is here now. I feel good though to be alone here. Still, I can reach out and touch somebody's hand now. But by the way, one of the spirits were like touching my hand and not striking. I mean, caressing my hand. Like, yeah. Anyway, Venus, as you know, is associated with love and beauty and so. And these starseeds are known for their loving and harmonious nature. And they often have a strong ability to attract love. And they can be very social and very much into relationships and so, obviously, then. And then Nibiru is like an hypothetical planet that is more so mentioned in theories. And the Nibiru starseeds is said to have a deep instinctive and mystical nature. They're often interested in the unknown and to explore the dark and the occult aspect of reality. They can also have feelings of alienation and that they don't really belong. Andromeda is a spiral galaxy that is very close to the Milky Way. And Andromeda starseeds are often known for their creativity and innovation ability. And they have a strong feeling for, what is that word in English? Not cooperation, but like, I don't remember the word in English, but it's like to belong together. Like, and they can be very good at making people come together, connecting people. And there are also some from other dimensions, like if you see it that way. that comes from other realities, but other dimensional realities. And these starseeds can have a deep understanding for the multiverse and existence on different levels. They're often visionaries and have a strong ability for their purpose and meaning. And then there is also Hyalisk. I don't know how you would say that. Hyalisk starseeds is said to have a higher dimension origin, a higher dimension of light. And they are said to be very spiritual and have a strong ability to channel energy. And they are often very intuitive and have a deep connection to their inner selves. And then there are the crystal children or crystal starseeds that have a strong connection to crystal energy, of course, and higher consciousness. And they are known for their purity and compassion and ability to help others. They have a strong intuition and can work like healers or guides for others. And then there are these indigos, which are my type of indigo starseeds are seen as this new generation of souls that came to Earth to create change, I guess in the 70s and so. And the crystal children are those that are born more so now. Anyway, so, or after the indigos. I think there are also another one after those. I don't remember what they are called, but anyways, these crystals are more peaceful than the indigos because they are there to get rid of the old, so, or we, as I would say. So indigos are often described as very rebellic and have a strong sense for justice. And indigo starseeds can be very conscious about injustice and feel this calling to change the world. And a starseed of light come from different kinds of light dimensions or energy fields, you could say, is it said like? And they're often known for the positive energy and ability to spread light and love. They can be strong healers and have an ability to inspire others through their positive way of viewing things. I think I know one of these actually when I think about it. It's almost provoking how positive that person can be. Anyways, for many people. And then we have this Aquarius, this like star sign and the associations with vision for the future. So there are Aquarius starseeds, you can say, that are very innovative and very motivated by changing things. They're also interested in technology. Oh gosh, I stutter. Yeah, to move forward with technology and social changes, and they have a strong sense for coming together and working together, and so. So the different types of starseeds have different kinds of traits and different kinds of purpose, but all are connected by having a mission on Earth and a will to contribute to humanity's development and awakening. So each of the types of starseeds can have their own unique strengths and challenges. And many think that they have then come here to help us create a more conscious and loving world. So that's the basic of it. And I kind of like the idea, whatever you think, really. And sometimes I think the symbolic ideas are as valid, whatever you. As I said before, I think many of you may have heard this. I was not all into astrology because it doesn't exactly match how the planet moves now. You know, the when you are born a certain date and so on wouldn't, because since that started, the planets have slightly shifted, so it would be like as if you are in the next sign, or so if you would go by the planets real movements in the sky. So I was like well, disturbed by realizing that um, that it's not connected to the real movements of the planets. So, but I realized the more I checked into it that, oh wow, the correctness of it, even if it is in a way more so symbolic, actually, there is still some connection also to the outer universe. Like, but you know, so I don't think it does. It doesn't have to take away from it still. Although I kept myself from even checking into it because I thought it was like bullshit because it was not connected to the planets exactly. But it's still so correct. So it's shocking when you look into it. So yeah. Well, then I thought about talking about you know, certain kinds of oh, how fun to even be here. I wonder if someone discovered that I'm here soon. But anyway, you know, there is a lot of a lot of well, conspiracies. Well, they're called conspiracies anyways, and I think that's very interesting. And I wanted to talk about that without uh, condoning it or saying that it's true. But I think that sometimes it's where it's interesting. And what is why I want to talk about that is actually because um, many people I meet have no clue, and also surprisingly, some do have some clue. But I must say that I'm more so surprised by those who have no clue, you know. Um, so I kind of want to check into that a little bit, just briefly, because how can you not know a few things? I know I didn't know myself a few years ago, just so how can I be so cocky now? But and I wouldn't have known a whole lot if I didn't come across people that would have disturbed me. Oh, someone is in here. Hey, if you see the chat, you can talk to me if you want to. Unless you are a hacker, I won't talk to you then. Or I mean, I will if I don't know that you hacked me. Then I think you invade my privacy. So then I won't. But if I don't know it, then I will keep talking. Anyways, so I will. Yeah, I will go into a few of those things that I've now discovered that and also I can pull cards or talk to you about anything if you see the chat and want to talk or you left. Okay, bye then. Because actually I'm pro hackers, but I don't like bullying and I don't like when people try to break people uh, with those sorts of, for example, um, yeah, methods. There are many methods for that. So yeah. Anyways, okay. Oh, there. I've written down so many things here that I want to talk about, and I don't know where I started with the star seeds now, but I think there is a lot more here. Oh my! I want to talk like all night long here. Oh my! Oh, and the only person that came. Oh, it's here to. Someone is here to again. Hey, did you change the? Who? No, you left. Okay, but come back if you want to. Anyways, I will try to, and you can chat with me about anything. I just wanted to keep going, and also I'm a medium. I do like card readings, although you don't see much here. This is like a pod. I should have said that in the whole description there, but I didn't think I would be on here. It have been difficult because of my computer or what it is to get on here. Anyway, you have left, so why do I just explain myself? And now my cat come down here. So what more do I want to talk about? That's a few things. That's a few of my favorite things. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Well, she's like around here now, which is very disturbing. Well, go away, baby girl. Go. Yeah, yeah, you can't be with me now. Go away. Okay, so yeah. Yeah, it was also I talked about I Ching on one channel here. So now I think I am where I wanted to be and what I want to start to talk about. Okay. I've already been into I Ching, so I will just leave that now. I think I've been into. No, I actually I posted it, the text rather than talking about it. I think, and then I'm like done with that. So what else? I just have discovered so many things lately, as I said, and I don't go into what, but it's like the whole world have opened up anew for me somehow. Yeah. So I also wanted to share more on my Facebook page about things that I do, and then I have to kind of describe it more clearly. And it's sometimes very hard to find words for the different things that I do. And one thing I do is relationship coaching, and why is because I've learned so much about that, and I see so much. Oh, when it comes to especially women, but also some men that have similar behaviors, let's say. And I also have seen what could actually help and heal certain things. Oh my, I need to move my foot now. I don't want to bump into this and get lost in translation, but yeah. So I hope it doesn't make a lot of bad sounds when I move around here. So anyways, so yeah, I could talk about that for a long time. Oh, someone is here again. Every time I check in, you go away if it's the same. So I'm sorry, it's not a moving image and I look mad at the picture there, but yeah. Anyways, we will see if someone comes in. I'll keep talking. So that's one thing that I've talked about. That coaching, it also remind me all the time, which I need. And I know it really punches holes in our own lives towards ourselves, where we try to patch things up and don't realize what's what and so on. And that's painful. So it's not an easy path, and I go pretty quickly through to the core of things, which it takes some very brave people to do that coaching with me. Many people stop where it comes to the most heavy part, which I would say is when you go through from your childhood and everything, you go through various things that have influenced your way of seeing yourself, and then also pops up obviously in relationships as well. So yeah, so and I see so much beauty that I can give, but my only way to give it is the way I found it. Hey, someone. Oh, there are two people here. I also have, I know there is no moving image here, but if you want to chat with me, if you see that, feel free. And I also have tarot cards here, and I'm a medium and stuff. If you know me from before, if not, then I will just keep rambling. But if you want to chat about something else, I'm here. Or if you have some questions, whatever, I can pull some tarot cards for you or whatnot. Otherwise, I will just, yeah, I will keep my ramble going, because the fact is that I haven't been able to get onto these because of my old laptop, I think. But I've been angry at some hackers and thought it was their fault. Anyways, so yeah, so now I'm here. I won't stop talking. But I would love to talk to you if you want to. Whomever is here. Well, I will just keep going until you write something here, if you're able to. Anyway, so I've been trying to more focus generally on my Facebook mediumship page. I've been having fun with AI pictures and stuff, but I realized that okay, I maybe need to get some information out there of what I do. So therefore, I try to really find ways to describe it. But this is a heavy one. But there are those brave souls and women out there that actually have come so far, and when they push themselves, I need to push myself further. I can't be worse, you know. So I'm both happy for them, but also no, I feel like, oh gosh, now I have to really step up here. Anyways, yeah. So that's really awesome. And I would love to share more about that maybe also here. But so I see there are two people here. I don't see who you are, but if you want to chat and talk to me about something, or if you want me to pull cards, I can't obviously show them now, or I won't. I could, but I will just describe them for you or so on if you would want some. But anyway, I will keep rambling for now anyways then. So yeah. What else? I mean, relationships is like so much the core of what everything is about for every one of us, I think, whether we are aware of that or not. So to work with this is so fascinating, and the trust that I get from these women who share, it's very vulnerable, you know. Both how things are, but also to see through them yourself and everything. And for each one that I coach, I learn more and more because it only validates what I have already discovered myself. But yeah, in this case, I really push hard because I have no problems being in conflict. And therefore, I don't need the validation or the coziness, let's say, back. So I push kind of hard because that is what have helped me to see through my own filters of pink glasses things and stuff. Yeah. So some people don't want to continue, and I understand them. Or maybe some people also come back later and continue. So, but I hope they feel and know that I mean well, and I try to really make a point of that. So yeah. Any questions so far? You listen. I am so amazed that two people are listening here. I never want to go then. Anyways, yeah, and as I said, I learned so much from them because, and that also keep myself aware of where I want to be and what choices I want to make, because it's so easy to see the beauty and the strength in them that they don't see themselves, and forget that I myself have that. And by working with others, I constantly get reminded and get to realize the things that I realize again and again. Like, so, but anyways, yeah, I have a lot to learn. And I mean, it's easier to learn when you're single, let's say. If I'm not in a relationship, so I shouldn't probably do relationship coaching. But yeah, I've learned so much from the relationships I've been in, and more so later times being single also, and changing my ways of meeting others and so on. Anyways, what else? And as I said, you who listen, if you see the chat here, if you want to, you can ask for a tarot card or anything. I want to interact with you, although I just ramble by myself here. So if you want to, then feel free. Or mediumship, I can tune in as a medium or psychic as well if you want to. But yeah. Anyway, so also I realized that since I don't have had the most romantic, in one relationship, and I was married to a man that is very romantic, that is still my best friend, but aside from that, it wasn't so much of that. I don't have really a good idea of what that would be, and I'm not saying that you should go around being all romantic all the time, but when it comes to relationships, I try to figure out what a positive way of viewing that would even be, because to me it seems more so oftentimes bothersome than positive, and I want to change my mindset in that, because I understand that it could be positive, and it doesn't have to reflect on my experiences since before. So and even those gave me also good things, some bad things as well, but yeah. So yeah, I really need to understand. Hey, someone else, if you want to ask me for some tarot cards, or I can just explain them because you will only see this image here, but or anything else, ask me anything if you want to, if you see the chat. Otherwise I will just keep rambling and see. Hope everything, I believe in synchronicity, so if you're here, probably something that I say makes sense to you anyways, or not, but it will plant some seeds in one way or another. Either you disagree or you agree, and it still will plant some seeds. Yeah. So, and in my case, I think the trust process is the hardest part, and I think that also while you heal from certain maybe relationships or whatever you grew up with or what it is, the more you can also trust yourself. And when you do trust yourself, then you don't really have that same need to actually trust someone else, because you know yourself, you know who you are, you know what you want, and it's kind of up to others to prove that. You could say it sounds hard, but yeah. Yeah, and that is another thing with women actually, and men, is that three people here, woo. Anyways, if you want to write in the chat and talk to me about anything, or I should pull some tarot cards or do some mediumship stuff or whatever, just let me know. Anyways, I keep rambling then. I realize that many women feel so bad if they don't trust men without checking them or even questioning them. They feel as if they betray them, if they doubt them without like proof. And I mean, so that is one thing I really have to work with these women on, that they have to be willing to question them. And this sort of strange loyalty to even men they don't know is like as if, it's like as if it's a betrayal to even wonder if you should distrust them. And that's so wild. That's so wild. Knowing men. And I too just jumped out now. Are you men? I love men. I love you men, and you men, but also very much men. And these things that I talk about, that it's not like, I don't blame men at all. I think men are wonderful, and I see also certain why certain men have certain patterns, and also women. But when I talk to women, it's not to degrade or speak down on men. It's rather the opposite, to actually take it back home, to like see, where did I allow these things, and where did I decide not to see what I really saw, stuff like that. So it's more about how women are in relation to the men than it's not like I put the blame or the responsibility out there. But I can still see patterns, and that's a good thing to do. And game, not the least, which I didn't understand even a little bit before. But anyways, so that's one thing. So, but I think I'm getting there. And if you want to share anything in the chat here about your experiences or whatever, feel free to do so. But aside from that, and much things that I do, I won't go into all of that, but I wanted to go into some conspiracies too. Do you have any conspiracies you want to talk about here? And also where to find relationships, by the way, and how, if you have any ideas. I do, as I said, believe in synchronicity for you who are in here, and also for myself in all kinds of situations. But then the patience isn't always there. I understand. This day I was on this coffee shop that is called Ainas here in town, Skellefteå, and did this mediumship reading there for a wonderful woman. And a guy that I have some fling at, let's say, that I kind of have something, I don't know. Yeah, he softens my heart. Anyways, he lives close there, and they are like digging the whole street there, digging up. I don't know what they're doing. They're doing that for a long, long time though. So they said, like, go another path. Don't go down here. Go choose another path. And I just realized this is so symbolic. Like, this is not the right time, if it's even right. It's totally not the right time to go down that street where he lives, though. So, yeah, that's how I think. Yeah, anyways. So sometimes impatience is in the way, because I know there are more so things that I need to work on to even be ready to invite someone. You know, you can often crave to get love, let's say, or whatever it is you crave, some sort of connection or whatever. But first, you really need to be ready for it also. I mean, I don't think I'm there really. Obviously, I'm not, because then I would have met it. I think I'm not ready yet to open my heart in that way that it would take to actually let someone closer in. And yeah, and also to be so close to someone else who may be vulnerable with you. I'm not sure I'm ready for that, but I would like it someday. Yeah. Anyway, so well. What else did I think about, wanted to talk about? I can't go back and talk about all my experiences. I could, but that's not so interesting. So I will just move on from that. But if anyone have any questions around this, feel free. I would love it if you talk with me in this chat. But anyway, so yeah, I have so many also interesting new ideas and so on. I have a friend. We try to like get more in shape and so on. And there are so many new things that I've learned about that, but I will just skip that for now because I can't jump into that right now here, right? And just describe certain things about that seems boring, maybe. I find it interesting, but anyways, and smaller things, you know, that are actually super fascinating, how they can help. Yeah. So anyway, well, that's that. And someone is still here, and another one. I will say that again because someone jumps in and out. So even if I repeat myself, you won't see something to look at. But this is like a pod. I forgot to write it there. But if you want to, I can pull some tarot cards or tune in a mediumship way if you write something in the live chat here. Otherwise, I will just ramble and you can sit here with me and just see whatever you get out of it. So, yeah, I'm just rambling. So I'm not a great plan on this. I didn't know that I would even get in here. So, but I've had in the back of my mind a few ideas about lots of things that I wanted to talk about. And I probably will get back to that. I also started to listen to the history pod here in Sweden. I try to learn things that I skipped in school, let's say, or I just passed my brain, let's say. And now I find it really interesting. Everything is interesting to me, honestly, but um and I don't know if you've heard about, God, now I really jump, but I also I'm training to become a yoga teacher, and I'm so slow on that because I do all the other things that I also love. But have you heard about the Yoga Sutras by Patanjali? Uh, I think I shouldn't go into that too much now because maybe you are not very interested in that. But it's very interesting how it connects to the shamanic ways, though. I'm also a shaman, psychic. It sounds weird to anyone who isn't, I'm sure, but oh, now it's soon. Now it's 55:55. Wow. I don't know wow, I wowed that, but I just checked that. Okay, I will say a little bit why the Yoga Sutras matter today, because they are over 2,000 years old, but they are so relevant today because of uh, our fast-paced, hyper-connected world. We're like pulled into these countless directions. Our minds are so restless, and also our hearts are so burdened and our energy depleted. And the sutras offer paths to quiet the noise and reconnect to what truly matters. Um, and Patanjali's teachings remind us that freedom isn't found by escaping our bodies or our lives, but by embracing them fully. They teach us to navigate challenges with steadiness, find peace amidst chaos, and discover joy that doesn't depend on external circumstances. Connected also to the whole seeking love stuff. But anyway, so uh, there is a freedom we can find in that every day. It's not like a lofty ideal, but as a lived experience. And when it comes to yoga and shamanism, they've often been seen as separate. Yoga and shamanism share still the same ultimate goal, to help us to break free from the constraints of time, ego, and suffering and return to our true essence. And both these traditions, in various forms, invite us to quiet the storm of the mind, dissolve limiting beliefs, and reconnect with the natural rhythms of life. And shamanic practices like yoga are rooted in direct experience. Shamans walk between worlds, gathering insights from spirits and integrating them into everyday life. And yogis do the same through meditation, breath work, and movement. And in both traditions, the journey is personal and experiential. There is no priest or guru that can walk the path for you. And so, yeah, there are so many things to say about that, but Um, I don't know if yeah, someone is still listening. I'm amazed. About sadhana, do you know what that is? Anyway, sadhana is like a daily spiritual practice. It's not about perfection or achieving a specific outcome. It's about showing up for yourself with consistency and intention each day um, to do that. And well, okay, I will just not go into all of these things. Uh, there's so much to say, but I won't. I don't think I will dive into all this. Will I? Will I not? I'm not sure. Sangha is like a spiritual community, and Dharma is your life's purpose, unique path you are here to walk. It's not about what you achieve, but it's how you live in alignment with your truth. So, there is, yeah, I will mention this, I think. Yeah, someone is still here. So no, someone just left. Maybe I should not do that then. This was too boring for that person. But anyways, yeah, I will mention it because no one is here then. The chapter 1 is about the why of the practice, Samadhipada. It invites us to quiet the mind and step into the essence of our true selves. This is the why behind the practice, the recognition that we can free ourselves from illusions of mind stories. It's about aligning with our inherent wholeness and experiencing life through stillness and clarity and presence. In both yoga and shamanism, this is the path of awakening, where spirit whispers, remember who you truly are. And in the chapter 2, Sadhanapada, the how of the practice, in that chapter, we are given the tools to walk the path. The practices of yoga and shamanism merge here, offering us rituals, disciplines, and habits to transcend the struggles of daily life. And this is where we learn how to release attachments, navigate challenges, and create intentional practices that lead us towards self mastery. The fire ceremony becomes a powerful ally in this work, helping us to burn old patterns away and make space for transformation. And the chapter 3, with Buddhipada, I think it's called, the gifts of practice. The third chapter then reveals the extraordinary abilities and inner powers that arise as a result of dedicated practice. These gifts are like intuition, clarity, focus, and deep connection. To spirit, and they are not goal, but the natural byproducts of living in alignment. From a shamanic perspective, this is where we step into our power, walking between worlds with grace and awareness, carrying the tools to heal and inspire both ourselves and others. And chapter 4, Kaivalya Pada, I think you would say. Kaivalya, the liberation of practice. The final chapter points to the ultimate goal, liberation. This isn't about escaping life, but about fully embracing it, free from the constraints of karma and conditioned identity. Here we integrate all that we've learned, embodying our essence and living as co creators of beauty and harmony. In shamanism, this is the sacred union of spirit and the self, where we walk the earth as luminous beings, deeply connected to the infinite. So these 4 chapters guide us through the essence of practice, from understanding its purpose to living its truth. And together they form this map for transformation, offering us the tools and wisdom to walk the sacred path of freedom and wholeness. So, yeah, that's a little bit of that. And no one is here now. Oh, I've been there for more than 1 hour and I don't want to go because I can't get in here again. So, yeah. There is so many things to say about that, but I will just drop it. I wanted to just mention them also. They're one of the wonderful guides, I would say, that I've met. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, I will just. There are so many things I want to talk about that I can't jump around, talk about all of these things, about psychology, development, stuff like that I've understood recently. But I won't go into that right now, however interesting it can be. Yeah. So there are also new techniques that I've ever heard about before. That is called this eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, like a therapy method, EMDR. I think when I heard about it and read about it a little bit, I think probably it wouldn't be too bad. But I won't go into any of these. But myself, oh, 2 people are here again. Hey, I have, so you can ask. I mean, you won't. Oh, they left already. Yeah, if you want to ask for some tarot cards, blah blah. Anyways, what else do I want to talk about? Wow, I want to talk about so many things about I don't know where to start and stuff because I didn't think I would get in here. But okay, I will just talk about money and banking now to start with the whole conspiracy thing. Hey, if anyone want me to pull some cards, I mean, I can describe them, although you won't see. If you can write in the chat, feel free to. I mean, tarot cards, that is. Or I'm a psychic. I don't need the cards, honestly. But let me know if you want to chat about something. Otherwise, I will go into the conspiracies. They aren't maybe conspiracies, but I will talk about them as if they are. You know, if you, for example, deny a bank private information or knowledge of customers, as it's called, that can mean that you are closed off as a customer, which will put you in a very difficult situation. If it's the bank that have acted not in a moral or legal way and that have happened to people. So if that happens and you want to kind of fight them, you ask your bank if they follow the law, like specifically in Sweden, that is like well, I won't go into that, but anyways, they have to take sides then if they are for that or against that law. Chapter 1 1, what is that kind of, what do you say, like 1 2 in chapter 1? Never mind. Anyway, so if they don't answer, then you can state to them that you take it as a denial and that they don't respect or follow the basic law. And you can ask them to confirm that and to confirm these things, that money are created through loans. And if they are informing their customers about that, and if they, for first and second, is if they sit on information of a new monetary system and are, if they are about to teach or enlighten their people about this. And third is if you, as a cut out customer, that you get rid of your bank ID and bank card. And the fourth is that if you are without bank ID or bank card, that drastically limits your possibility to freedom. So the bank have now put themselves in a legally dilemma, if that's an English word, and you have with the answer that they will have to give you then the right tactic and knowledge about these things that you have to like deepen your knowledge about and understand. Then you have a good defense, or if it becomes a court case and so on, even if they answer yes. And key to this tactic is that the contract with society is a fictive contract that you never signed, and that information that have been hidden for you breaks that contract. And the change in a contract demands negotiation, and that the basic law then stands above all the other laws and guarantees the individual's freedom, and that money's anonymity and existence that is in control, I mean, that is controlled by the people, is something that guarantees these freedoms. I hope you understand what I said, although I stutter a lot. No one is here, so by the way. But anyways, the banking system and all that is very, very important. And this was not the key to several things that I've discovered, but it's the key to how society can change for the better. So very much, not only thing that is needed, but one of them. So yeah, I will just skip a few things here. So suddenly I want to go into the pineal gland and everything, how you can feed the pathways of inner light. Shall I dive into that rabbit hole? Just, hey, someone is in here. If you want to, I can describe tarot cards for you. I'm a psychic also. Now I jumped out. Bye bye. I think those who come in here have no clue who I am. No one from before. I don't think. Or maybe. Who knows? Anyway, uh mm, maybe I should talk about this. How to feed your pineal, protect the pathways of inner light. The mystery of tryptophan opens the door to brain regeneration and transcendence. So you do not have to eat your neighbors as like the Aztec human sacrifice and so on. But anyway, with Earth strained by excess, the next transformation may not arise from machines or data, but from what we place on our plates and how we nourish the brain to reshape our biology. Neuroplasticity. The brain's ability to rewire itself is shaped by how well we tend to our hippocampus, our memory and learning center. Fortunately, the repair tools are encoded in the foods and plants that our ancestors revered, which are rich in tryptophan. Yet today, the modern brain is oversaturated with sugar, starved of micronutrients, and flooded with cortisol. This biochemical wasteland is the source of anxiety and stress and locks the brain in survival mode. By returning to an evolutionary menu, leafy greens, DHA rich seeds and fish, wild herbs, adaptogens, and fermented foods, we reawaken the brain's innate potential for neurogenesis. Plants speak to our DNA through microRNAs. They guide gene expression toward healing, longevity, and equilibrium. And healthy fats nourish the prefrontal cortex, and the place where imagination, empathy, and future visions are born. This is the brain that can hold paradox, forgive, and reimagine the world in the face of crisis. Tryptophan is the spirit molecule's secret architect. Within our neurons lies an ancient pathway where food becomes sacred medicine. Tryptophan is an essential amino acid, the key to inner alchemy. First, it becomes serotonin, the happy molecule. As darkness falls, serotonin transforms into melatonin, guiding us into sleep and deep cellular restoration. But under certain conditions, the pineal gland adds two methyl groups to convert serotonin into DMT, the spirit molecule. DMT is activated in birth, death, dreams, and deep meditation. It brings what ancient Greeks called gnosis, knowing from within. The pathway tryptophan, serotonin, melatonin, DMT may be designed to awaken higher levels of consciousness where we can create health and dream our world into being. Tryptophan is at the heart of the anyway, I will just not go into that. yeah, I was just reading here about the things you can take as a morning smoothie and so on, and additional things. I won't. I won't go into that more about that. But I will see if someone will come in here now. Oh, hey, someone. If you're here and want to chat, please write. I mean, you are here. I see that you're here. I don't see who you are though. But I have tarot cards here if you want to ask, or if you want to ask me as a psychic, or so on, or medium, or want to chat about something else. That's fine. No, they just leave. So anyway, I've talked about that now. Do I want to say anything more? I know I've said what I wanted to say about that right now. There are so many new things. What did I do now? Oh, I stretched my foot. Okay. Oh, gosh, I had so many things to talk about or think about here. I just want to continue for a little while longer. Without going too far. Yeah, I want to talk about food and my sugar addiction, the sugar addiction that I've had for all my life. Any new things that I've discovered regarding that, or new tools and new insights. But I think I won't. I think I want to talk about something else instead. So I will just ignore that for now. I'll just try to figure out what I want to talk about now. Yeah. I just feel so happy that I can sit here and talk. It felt like my voice was stolen for a while when I couldn't get into my hi, someone. If you want to chat with me, feel free to write something or so. I can pull some tarot cards, although you won't see them. I can describe them if you have some question or no. They went. As I said, no one here, I think, have been here before or know who I am. It's just like they just happen to get in there and wonder what this is like, and are disappointed apparently. Anyways, what else? So many things that I wonder about. I want to go into in a way, but at the same time not. There are so many things that are a little bit too personal or too sensitive topics to talk about. So I'll just leave all that, although it's fun to talk about too, but yeah. Yeah, yeah, I will just, well, let's see. Okay, I have to figure out what to talk about now. There are so many things I've thought about talking about, but I will just skip a very few things. Or, I mean, a pretty lot of things. Yeah. I'm just sitting here and saying, yeah. I'll just no one is here. Someone is here. Hi. If you want to chat with me here, or if you want me to pull some tarot cards for you, or if you want to ask me something, I'm a psychic medium as well. Or just chat about anything, feel free. Or just sit here and listen if you want to. I'm just rambling. Someone left. They go in and out. But it's fun though how many do. So I don't know who they are. And they don't know who I am apparently. Anyway, so according to some, teachings of yoga, it says that it takes 49 days to fully integrate wisdom into the body and mind, or at least 40 or 90 days, it says in Kundalini Yoga. But in shamanic traditions, they use a 49-day rites to cleanse the past and open space for a new vision. And neuroscience confirms 49 days of dedicated practice can rewire the brain. So it's interesting about this 49 days thing, that it seemed to come again and again, like. So yeah, there are so many things also. Have you heard about hey, someone, if you want to chat with me, feel free. Bye bye. Anyway, so if you've heard about QFS accounts or quantum financial system accounts, that's like a type of account that is said to be part of a future financial system that use quantum technology to be more safe and efficient in financial transactions. I don't know, but there is a lot of speculation about that, and uncertainty and so on. But and there is no one official or uh, approved of, let's say, QFS accounts in our financial system as it is now, I don't think. But and there is also this thing that are called ice coins, that often is used in connection to crypto. What do you say? Crypto. Yeah, I just know the Swedish word now, valuta, crypto money, you could say, like, or digital assets. Then anyway, but there is like no official or let's say approved of those sorts either. I mean, so it can talk about specific projects or so on in those communities. But yeah, I don't know so much about this. I do know, though, or what I have seen and heard and experienced and discovered and whatnot, is that there are those who know very, very much more, and they know it quicker, apparently, than others, and that have showed itself over and over and over again. So how come, I mean, myself, I don't know what you need to do, but I need to start to listen more, actually, to what people who know a little bit more about certain things see and know. I'm curious, but also I'm very distracted in all kinds of ways. So, but yeah, there are many theories or discussions about the future of the banks anyway, and how to make the transition to like, let's say, cashless societies. Some people want to have. I wouldn't prefer. It depends on what is the alternative like. And there are some called in some groups the white hats, and that mean that the traditional banking system is on its way to collapse, and that can lead to a transition of the financial systems, and both digital and crypto and so on also. And there are many factors that are included in discussion of this, but yeah, but yeah, I won't go into all of the ideas about it, but to have it just like with bank ID and these kinds of things, that's wild, and that leads to slavery. I mean, how is there any freedom left, and how can you even break free if it would become like a situation of well, not well-meaning considerate ones at the top, let's say, and we can't like count on that. That is very wildly naive. I mean, really, I don't want to like yeah, I don't want to say, but I don't want to make worse scenarios. I think we will all get through, or at least most, or some, let's say, get through this. But um, yeah, there are some things we can't be blinded to. Also, yeah. And I think you've all heard on the news lately and so on, but about this instability and the uh, challenges of the economy and the crisis and so on. But I think it's a good thing in a way that people really want or will start to question the traditional banking and the limitations it have. You know, so we will see what happens. But it's interesting times we live in for sure. Yeah. So as I said, I think it's a real danger to go the cashless way. Yeah, that's what I think. And I'm not saying I'm right or I'm saying this is true even. You have to check yourself what you think is correct. So yeah. I will just jump ahead again from that. I just find it so fun that I'm even in here, although I seem to be the. Hey, someone is in here. Do you want to chat with me about something, or I have tarot cards if you want me to? I'm a psychic medium also. If you want me to tune into something or whatever, feel free to listen. Either. I mean, otherwise, I will just continue. This is like a pod, if you haven't discovered. What else do I want to talk about? If you have nothing to chat with me about, yeah, remote viewing maybe. Do you know anything about that? I can tell you a little bit though. And this is because I've tried to on my mediumship page on Facebook be more like clear about what I do. I don't do actually remote viewing, but I have known how to do it. It's like you see something at a distance, and this is like spies and so on. I've used this, but they obviously maybe that went underground, or at least it's not known that they use it now. So maybe it wasn't too good then, but I'm sure they use it still. So that you can like actually get information about something, a place or people or events that is not where you are at then. So you can practice this and you can be better at it. And sometimes I really want to train this, not to be a spy, but I just feel that since I have this ability for extrasensory perception, and I've seen this many times, also as some people have tested me if I can see what's somewhere else. But I haven't practiced this a lot, and you still need to practice to get it correct, and you need to know that you know. So, but anyways, I'm very drawn to it. I would just have to have some discipline in my practice. I think I could be brilliant at it actually. And since I have it's so easy for me, these types of things. If I just focus in on them, they are very easy. So I feel that this is such a gift that I should. I feel it's almost my responsibility to actually learn more about that. Then, so this practice have its roots in different kinds of cultural or spiritual traditions, but it was more well established modernly in the 1970s through projects like SRI International. They were like doing scientific experiments and so on, both in, yeah, in different kinds of ways, but military and spies and so on. So what you do then is that it involves someone that is almost like scrying but seeing anyways, that get an assignment or a focus, like a specific place or person or an event, and this one then can use different techniques to get this information. You oftentimes need to get yourself in a mild trance, like meditation or relaxation place, to open the portals of the mind and get like access to this information that they seek. And under that process, they can then describe what they see or feel or so on without being physically present at that place. And I have been doing this several times, extremely correct. It's not like I feel it. I see it physically with my physical eyes. I mean, with my inner physical eyes, let's say, but it's as visual as if I look with open eyes, so onto something in the real world, so to speak. So it's not like vague, it's very clear. And therefore also I feel like I haven't, as I said, I haven't done this for a long while now, but since I know this is something, an ability that is close by, I feel like I should, right? If you know how to do this, shouldn't you use it? But anyway, maybe it's not good for me. But anyway, extrasensory perception then is also a term that is used to describe these different gifts, or the ways you can get this information. And it involves those five senses we all have, but also the inner senses. We all have inner senses: inner vision, inner hearing, inner taste, sensing and smell, like in the psychic sense, but also some phenomenon that are supernatural, or as called paranormal. So it can be like telepathy for one, a different kind of extrasensory perception then, that you can read or transmit thoughts between individuals without verbal communication. I've only done this actually with one person, and he turned out to be an asshole, honestly, surprisingly. But then again, I had actually done a mediumship reading for him, where I saw that he was a bully also, which surprised me. But now I realized he even bullies those who are bullied. Anyway, shouldn't be angry at him now. I don't give much of a shit, but he is still the only person so far that we have spoken with our eyes, and just within, I mean, yeah, it was when he was open, and now he's, I don't know. Anyways, also clear knowing that you have the ability to get information about something that is outside of your normal perception, just to know things about events somewhere else or so on. And also hearing, obviously, to hear sounds or voices that others can't hear. It sounds really mental, right? But uh, yeah. Oh, it also can include hearing messages from other dimensions or so on, if you then take that in consideration. But also to see, obviously, I often see it rather than hear or so, but so that I can describe what's somewhere else and so on. And also the psychic ability that also, like, I think that kind of includes mediumship as well, that you can communicate with spirit worlds or those who have passed on, which I also know how to do, and which is fantastic, honestly. So why won't I practice this more and do it like in a disciplined way? Anyway, I do this though. I do this kinds of work of mediumship and so, but anyway, yeah. But also it can include as a psychic, to see what's coming in the future and so on. But I mainly work as a medium, so the things that I see that will happen in the future, I get them through guides or spirits that tell me, rather than that I just like check into the future and see what's there, sort of. But also that you can influence things with your thoughts. And sometimes I feel like I'm very gifted at this. I mean, I'm really a professional. uh, I think that sometimes the spirit world is very not sneaky, but they are very smart. So they hide it. I mean, they hide it also from others who may want to use me, for example, or use the gifts that I have in a negative way. So I think that's why they sometimes would like just not make it so clear, because they protect you, sort of. But anyway, yeah. So that's that. What else do I want to say? Shall I go into conspiracies again? Because that's a fun thing. Oh, two people are here now again. If you want to say something in the chat or want me to pull, this is a pod, so you won't see much here. But if you want, I have tarot cards, or can tune in otherwise if you want to, or just talk about anything. But anyway, I will jump into the conspiracy things. I mean, reason why I want to just mention these things is because I feel obsessed about talking here right now, but because many people that I meet here around, they totally believe in everything they've ever heard. They believe totally in government, in police, in like history, everything. That's nothing that have ever been a lie, or like changed, or like propaganda, or how is it possible? But anyways, when it comes, for example, to now, I will go through the basics of, let's call them conspiracies, then a few of them. For example, the moon landing. I mean, many people think that it's fake, and I mean, it's very not when you look at the images and videos and so on, it's like wildly strange, let's say. But also, obviously, 9/11 and everything, that the American government was very conscious, or even part did do it, maybe to justify what they then did military in Middle East. So I don't know, should I dive into this, or should I just mention these few things? Oh, a thumbs up, thank you, sweetheart. Whomever, if you want to chat, just feel free to chat. Anyways, and then there are some other, I will just brief through these kinds of things that I've gotten in touch with long ago, and I haven't been diving deep into all of these, but these are still things that are, yeah, I will just move on and just talk about it instead of talking about it. Anyway, Illuminati is one of the things that are often mentioned as sometimes as a concept, I think. But I mean, some people don't even use that word, because that is like an old time idea about whatever it was. I think it was in France, or anyway. But the theory basic is that there is this secret group of elite, or higher up, that controls the events of the world, or even governments, and also businesses, to create this new world order. And some people claim then that the those that are part in this group are higher persons in both politics and the business world, and also entertainment. So all of these work together to brainwash us, yeah, you could say, or influence us, or maybe, yeah, like propaganda, I guess. So, and some people have even the people I talk to, they think I'm nuts when I say these things, but some people have even not heard about this and cannot even consider that it could be the case. And if you look, even slightest little bit in history, how can you not think it? I mean, how can you not even consider that? I don't understand that. Because these are smart, educated people many times also. Some aren't all that, but I mean, yeah. Anyways, and one of the few things that I checked into to begin with was Bohemian Groove. You have heard about, probably, maybe, and this private club in California, then, where the most prominent businessmen and politicians and elite, let's call them, um, then gather yearly for meetings, and there is a lot of conspiracy or theories. I call them conspiracies here, but I'm not sure. The word is just there to mock that you even think about it. So that's in itself is a bad thing. But anyways, I will use it here. But there are many rumors about Bohemian Groove, and I've seen a lot about that, though. Especially kind of secret rituals that those members are then participating in secret ceremonies and rituals. Like there is this huge ritual in the woods there. This, I think they have these old, like, redwood trees all there. And anyways, they have this large statue of an owl that is used seemingly then as a symbol of wisdom. I don't know if, I mean, I could go further down this road. I won't. I would just keep it light here. Anyways, but critics mean then that these rituals have mystical and occult meanings, and they obviously do, don't they? But anyways, many also think that the things that are discussed and decided also at Bohemian Groove have not only good influence, not good, I mean, a huge influence on the politics of the world and the economy, but also, I guess, that it's also decided there. Since those members are so powerful, then those who have those thoughts, I mean, that very important decisions are made behind closed doors that can then influence global events and policies and so on. And I will just see if someone is here. Yeah. Thank you for being here. Anyway, so and I won't go deep in this little rabbit hole, but there is said that some people are then, I mean, there is children sacrificed there, or babies, I think. But anyways, there are all kinds of things said here. But I mean, yeah. But there is also another thing aside from those kinds of things, is that it's also said that it's used like blackmail. Is that the word for it? Yeah. So that those people that are there, or they are exposed to situations that make them, how can you say, puppets, that make them partake in stuff that, if that would go out in public, they will be like destroyed. So and that's the reason for it also, that they are there to, they won't put anyone in a high place, let's say, if they don't first have something that they can control that person with. So, kind of thing. Same with all these whole, the whole pedophilia stuff. People are put in those kinds of situations so that they can be governed, let's say, so that they are not free, and yeah, so that they can't choose to go in another direction than those in power want them to go. Oh gosh, how, no, someone left. Someone is still here. Hey. Okay. God, how I talk about that. But anyways, that was a lot of, not a lot, that was a little bit about that. What else? Well, when it comes to the moon landing, it's still like it's about the pictures and the shadows, and that some some of the things are about this, that it looks like some things are turned in a way that could include it should include different kinds of light sources, which is impossible, where the sun should be the only light source and so on. And there is this flag that is still moving, and where it looks like the American flag is moving, and there should be no atmosphere there, so it couldn't be like, and so on. So they mean that like it's placed in some kind of wind or mechanism or whatever, and no stars. It should be visible stars, and so on. Yeah. uh, yeah, anyway, another thing is chemtrail trails. This was one of the first things I heard, actually, when I went down this little hole. So these condense things in the sky, we have all seen them, and as they say then, from airplanes, but it's actually chemicals that are intentionally spread in the atmosphere by governments and other actors, like in different with different purposes. And some of the things you think about, then it would be like that the chemtrails, then they contains dangerous chemicals that can create diseases, allergies, and other health problems, and that they are used like as a weapon, you can say, chemical weapon, to influence the health of the people. So, and also to manipulate the weather is one thing, if you haven't heard about that. And some think that also the chemtrails are used to manipulate the weather, for example, to create rain or prevent storms. Or, I mean, this is also right now, I mean, this is not even that people think. I think this is very obvious now, but some time ago, and to some people, it's like, what? They don't even know how they cannot look up in the sky, and I don't know. But anyway, and there's also these, I don't know if you could call it, some people are so obvious, but okay, and not people, some things, I mean, are so obvious. But anyways, there are those who say that some countries then are experimenting with weather control for military or political aims also. So, and the reason why then chemtrails would be used to make people sick, for example, is to control the environment. I mean, that there would be an intentional plan to control or to lessen the to make the population less, not so many, by spreading disease or chemicals that harm the health. And that can be seen as a part of a greater agenda, like to keep power over control of the society, and also economical interests. Some mean that these diseases can give economical advantages for those in business of medicine or health care systems, those kinds of, to create a sick population of people. These corporations can then earn more money on medicine and treatments and so on. So yeah. What else? And there are also theories that the spreading of chemicals can have as a purpose to create uncertainty in society, and that can lead to people becoming more dependent on the government, and I mean, to, in a psychological sense, create worry and stuff, and that in itself will bring people to become more dependent on government, or even yeah, those who rule, let's say, for information and help and so on, which also is a way to control them. And the word then about conspiracy and so on, that is seen in various ways, of course, but that can also be seen as a form of control or manipulation, to use that word. But I use it here just to make YouTube sweet. But it's a way to stigmatize, also to call someone that to call someone a conspiracy theoretic, or what do you say, that can be used to stigmatize or just dismiss someone's opinions or what they see or so on, without treating someone fairly. So it can also lead to people feeling very very marginalized, and that they are quiet about what they see. And I see this a lot actually around myself when it comes to several things. It have I mean, I would say the last 10 years or so, it have been worse and worse. I mean, there is really censorship in social life. There are some acceptable ways of seeing things, and they are allowed. But there are many people who just one on one, when they talk about things, can mention certain things, but they wouldn't ever say it to others, because this is common. I mean, but it's like the um yeah, the weather, I almost said, but the climate, yeah, in society have like become so not healthy, I would say. Yeah. And people are very very blind. Oh my. Anyways, yeah, it can also, if people call someone that, it can also work as a way to distract from the serious discussion about real problems. So if the focus are on to dismiss someone, then they can look past these questions or make them invisible. Yeah. And I've heard several people, God, has stuttered. I'm not stuttered, but I talk like that. But anyways, I've heard several people that know a lot that talk in riddles, and that have pissed me off so much. I thought, why won't you say it out there clear and do? I do understand that better now, because before people are ready to hear something, that will be such a backlash if anyone would say it. I mean, it's there for those who have ears to listen, or what you say, but I mean, you have to like really concentrate and seek to understand, because they speak so in ways that is not like clear, but it's there if you want to understand it. But yeah, but this term also is very much about social control, to actually like used by those in power and the institutions and so on, to keep a certain social norm or so on, and also to deter other people from question the official narratives, because then they would be labeled, and then people would look at them strange, like, and it's it's so sad that it is like this. But by put someone that question things in a negative light, and they can then prevent very important discussions from even happening. And yeah, I've seen that so much, and also in, not the least, in news and so on, how they just talk about one side of everything, and everyone they interview have this similar same idea, and on each channel they are saying the exact same thing. And that is really not journalism. That's, wow, I don't know. I mean, so when you get, well, I was just going to talk about this in a more objective way, like as if I just described something from outside. But if you start to see more and more and more things, and it's so obvious, it's so in your face. So yeah, I will just jump ahead here. Anyway, the Bilderberg Group, if you've heard about that, have this yearly conference also that where they collect, I almost say, but they gather like political leaders, business people, academic, influential people from North America and Europe. And this group was founded 1954 and got its name from the hotel, the Bilderberg in Netherlands, where the first conference was. And some of the things about that is that the purpose then for these meetings seemingly no, but is to create this platform for that where they can talk in an informal way about actual global questions like economy, defense, and international relations. And these discussions are often confidential, which means that the people cannot expose what is discussed. And those who partake often includes both, I mean, those leaders of governments and those others are so on the working governments or leading businessmen and experts of some sort of academic sorts and so. And these have then led to speculations that this group have very great power and influence over global decisions and politics, which have then contributed to people then question what are they doing, and oh, I could go far away into this rabbit hole also, which I won't. But I just wanted to say that yeah, it's interesting to check into. Yeah. Back to the banking system then. You know that the way money is created and distributed is very important. That they are created by loans, and when the bank gives a loan, then create money that is a part of the balance of the bank. So when this the money, the amount of money, you could say, is raised, then the debt is also raised. It also goes higher. So, and then you have interest on that. The interest on loans means that people then have to pay back more than what they loan sometimes, and that can lead to a situation where they who have something capital or like can take loans, they can like invest or grow fortune, let's say, by those, but those who have less access to credits or so on can have then get in a cycle of depth. And that's what happened. Oh, I can't describe this in the best way possible. I don't think there are those who do it better on here if you search for it, but still it's a pyramid scheme, you could say. So this creates more and more diversity, and the fewer get richer and more people get more and more poor. That's like the system, the mechanism of this monetary system leads to that. So it doesn't matter who sit in government really, because as long as the monetary system is like this is what's going to happen, no matter what else is like, whatever decisions is made in other ways. So yeah, so that in turn will lead to more and more social and economical tension, and also that we will be attacking each other or so on, which is also what they want, I think, with certain things, or that is an idea anyways that people think, that this that as long as we do, instead of seeing where the real problem is and think that it's something else, then then they get away scot-free, as they say. So anyway, so this monetary system, the structure of it, or that make it possible then to create money through loans, and this interest that comes on that loan leads to greater and greater injustice, actually, and that the rift between people that have more means and those who have less will get wider and wider, and the concentrations of wealth is among less and less few that have a lot, let's say that. So yeah, I won't go into that too far, though. Yeah, someone is still here, but now you left. Oh, back and forth. All right, let's see, what else do I want to say about this. And that's when it comes to all kinds of things, like commercial and all things, it's like built on this, like you need to take loans to get this very important fabulous thing. So I mean, we are meant to also be trapped in this cycle, like we are meant to be fed, I mean, by our own greed, actually. So we need to understand that kind of, and not let ourselves be bored. Yeah. So yeah, anyways. Oh, there are so much I want to say, but I will just leave it at that, I think. So anyways, the dynamic now is really not a good thing, and most people that are interested in it have discovered that. And I also talked to my bank about this, and they first like brushed me off, and then they say, yeah, it's correct. Like, but anyways, when they realized that I actually kind of know what I talk about a little bit. So anyways, but they were still like, oh, don't you worry about that. But it's really a reason to worry about that. But anyways, and these banks, they need constant people that constant come to them to take loans to be able to expand and keep their business. And these are private businesses, so it's very, very weird that our ID is connected to the bank, because this is like those who want to create wealth for themselves. Like, how weird is that in itself? Anyway, so they will always need more and more to take loans for them to survive and even thrive, maybe. But the whole society becomes more and more trapped in debt. Yeah. So, I mean, the whole world is in depth more and more. So look at the world depth and the numbers there, how it's ticking all the time. Like, and to whom? Like, I mean, right. Everything is so wild when you think about it. But anyway, so yeah. What else do I want to say about that? What else? I must see if someone is still listening. Yeah, hi, someone. If you want to say something in the chat, feel free. So, and there is also, when it comes to no, I won't go into that because I won't anyways. When you look at things from a different perspective, so you know that sometimes the problem is there to be able to create a solution. Also, when it comes to money, sometimes the banks need to give away money, and therefore something in society will have to happen or change so that they can do that, to keep this illusion of a banking systems that work still, to because it's built on trust, and it's not really trustworthy though, is it? But anyways, yeah. So they need to keep the illusion of that this is still working, this banking system, because when that falls, when people see through that, then there is nothing holding it anymore. So, and it needs to come something different, and it have to come, and that's why the idea, the conspiracy idea, let's say we call it that to be sweet, is that they want to implement these control mechanisms before people wake up to the fact, before, I mean, this agenda, whatever it's called, you know, to make these 15-minute cities, to keep people trapped in, like, imprisoned, let's say, in where there is this bridges and everything from towns that are monetizing, what do you say? Yeah, monitor. Yeah, who moves there and whatnot, and also have electric cars and everything. All these kinds of things is part, when everything is can be controlled by like, it can be hacked or controlled from somewhere else, let's say it that way, then there is no freedom left. So before people wake up to the fact that this is how this economical system is going, whoa, and even if we hear, maybe, at least I hope someone hear about that, I heard it, what have happened to others regarding this, people still are like, oh, it would never happen to me, or and we really need to see that it could. I'm not saying it have to be correct, but I'm just saying, yeah. Anyways, and also when it comes to certain things happen in society which lead to people agreeing, because this is the fact also when it comes to these kinds of conspiracy, so to speak, ideas, before people are ready to like consider it, or maybe even embrace it, then it's not really a positive thing to go forward. You have to, like, have people with you, have to have people understand what you're saying. And so when it comes to also that, to have more surveillance and stuff and so on, first, as it's said, though I'm not saying this is true, I'm just saying what is said. First, there need to be some crisis and situations. I mean, is it a surprise when it comes in Sweden to put certain groups of people, like, in certain I mean, not isolated, but in certain spaces just together? I mean, there it couldn't have been, people couldn't have been too blinded to where this would go with it, though. I don't understand. But anyway, uh so what conspiracies say then, some of them, is that this was planned to be able to implement the control measures, to be able to change the laws and put military in certain places, and, you know, because people will be so afraid by the propaganda or by the real things that are happening and so on, that they will agree to all this surveillance and think that is a good thing, and that this control is safety. By also when it comes to, yeah, with all kinds of things, then as I said about digital identity, bank ID stuff, smart cities and whatever. Smart cities, I mean then they can just do whatever when it comes to locking the doors, whatnot. I mean, do you understand? I mean, how can anyone even consider this? I don't understand. But anyways, I mean, even if it wouldn't be a mean intent, how can you not consider that it could be dangerous to have this power, this centralized power, and less integrity for individuals? I mean, there must be some danger there, right? Is it not? Yeah, I don't know, but I'm very positive to AI, though. Actually, I think that's the will save us people, because we are not. But anyways, what is the problem then? I've heard so many people say like dumb shit, I would say, but no, but say like, well, I have nothing to hide. That's good. That's awesome. But if you look back in history, I mean, there need to be space for people to act against the system if they aren't pleased with it. And if the system itself can just cut them off, make them not have the ability to buy groceries, or even their identity, like, and so, and also when it comes to even moving around, if it's just those electrical cars and so on, smart cities and so on, where individuals are so vulnerable for control and manipulation by technology, that the danger of that, and also the fact that everyone, me myself included, but I try not to always walk around looking at the phone, but we don't need like to be handcuffed or put in like a concentration camp. We choose to be monitored. How wild is this? And people don't even, I'm so surprised by those who even love that the phone always count their steps or even their pulse, and like, what? Because all of people who have, hi, someone is there, if you want to chat with me here, you can do so. I also use tarot and stuff in the midst of all this. If you want to ask me something, I can pull some cards or tune into you or whatever, or just chat about anything. I will just keep going with my whole conspiracy. Oh God, I've talked for so long. However long have I been here now? 2 hours, more than 2 hours. Okay, but you left and I understand you. Still, I just need to get this out there. So, I mean, this is dangerous. And it's a complex challenge. And I do think that we should be allowed to talk about this without it seeming so wild. It's more wild in my perception. It's more wild that people do not think about it, because all of these people that are very much like, oh, why bother? Like, they know about history, and you just have to know a little bit about that to understand that how bad this could go, and that we are responsible for like 7 generations to come. Well, sorry, how I burp like when I talk, but I feel responsible for the kids to come as well, and yeah, of course there are potential opportunities in all this technology and all that, as well as well, risks, and especially when it comes to those things that is seemingly planned, we should really get our eyes open and see what to do about this. And this is my way right now to even just talk honestly, and put some little seed out there, not to say that this is right or that anyone should agree with these kinds of things, but just to check things up themselves and have a curious exploring mindset, because what can happen, like, I think people are also so content, they don't want their world to be shaken. Luckily I'm very curious, but I guess I should be even more curious. I'm also distracted by all kinds of things. So, but I mean, I also believe that, coming to the spiritual path of all this, I believe that the whole 7 generation thing, I think that is also because we will come back. We will be super surprised and disturbed if we didn't do shit, and then we come back to what we created, disturbing. And especially if we remember, then that also, wow, how disappointing. But anyway, so the things you can do, I've asked about this for many who are like into these theories, let's say. But what you can do, for example, is to raise your consciousness about things, even if you, however you then view it. But if you listen to both sides or several sides, then you can make up your mind better than if you just listen to one narrative. If you don't listen and try to understand, I talked to someone some time ago who is quite very much left, and I have considered myself to be so as well. But anyways, when I talked to him, I heard that he'd never listened what I said. He just judged me from like certain trigger words, sort of, is what I heard it like. He like stopped listening to what I thought. He wasn't interested in understanding what I said. He was just interested in telling me that I was wrong. And where can we go with that? So I think that we need to educate ourselves about many things. I don't know much about technology, but as I said, I love AI by now. But I think it can really raise our consciousness, honestly, in a way that I don't know anything else that could. Humanity is a special kind. But anyway, but also economical and political decisions and so on, how they influence and so on. But also spread knowledge to people, to make them aware of more potential risks or opportunities and so on that are possibilities. I mean, like, but also to support local economy, like local businesses or initiatives to create a more resilient economy that isn't so dependent on those large centralized systems. I don't know if it really matters to engage politically, because I think it's about banks, but still be involved, like in discussions and so on. I don't even vote because, yeah, I don't believe in the system. Yeah, but anyways, I see how that can also be provoking. But before, I was really angry at those who didn't. Anyway, so, but still, that you can at least be engaged in discussion and talking about various things like integrity, surveillance, the justice of the economical system, all kinds of things. We should care about for ourselves, but also for others, and how society can be formed, and yeah, how we can go in some better direction or good direction or less bad. Yeah. Oh God, how I talk, I'm tired now. But yeah. But as I said, many people see politicians as puppets for those who have the power over money or not nature resources and communication. So what you then can do is like organize yourself collectively and go, I mean, connect with others who think alike to create groups or something that work for common goals. By organizing yourselves, you get more power and influence. So, and also explore and support alternative economical and social systems, for example, cooperatives, or there may be like local sort of, I don't know, remember, I don't remember this word, those valutor, like yeah, sort of money then, or time banks that can like lessen this dependence on the great financial, what was that, oh, I had this up, I need to take that away. So this, yeah, large financial institutions. So and also when it comes to media, to search for independent or alternative news sources also that is not connected to these greater interests that are owning them even, and so on. Because if you get a broader or more nuanced picture of reality, then you can better make decisions and inform others also about important questions. It's not like if you listen to someone that isn't in agreement with how you see things, it's not that will be bad. Then you just also, when you, this is how I think, if I know how someone thinks that I think is wrong, I have a way better opportunity to change things if I know how others think. And that's way easier to influence than if you don't know that, if you don't understand where they come from, even if you totally disagree. So I think it's very important to listen, and also to listen what other people take in and how they view things, like, so that's another thing. Yeah. So what else? Maybe I should jump back to, oh, now it's 2:22 and soon 22. No. Ta-da! Maybe I should jump then from this conspiracy thing, because that may not be popular even on YouTube, or even on, should I say. But anyways, I'll go back to the remote viewing thing, right? Because how you can do then to develop it, I think everyone have the ability. I mean, it's more so about what interests, or what kind of discipline, like, say, would you have to train it. Yeah. And for some of us it's easier, but still we are too lazy, some of us. But anyway, what you can do then is learn the basics. I mean, you can read books and articles about that, understand the theory and technique studies behind it. But also it's very much about meditation and relaxation to actually consistently develop a meditation practices, so that you can then train your ability to focus and calm your mind quicker, and so on. And if you regularly do that and do some remote viewing practices, then you will get better at it. I mean, this is like a muscle also. If you start with easier objects and places, and gradually move on to more complex stuff. So, and also you can create a system to document these sessions, like to make notes about what you experience, the feelings or images or emotions that shows up when you do remote viewing. That helps you to analyze and see how you develop over time with your abilities. And I have this person that is not my friend, but I know her. Her boy, her son, was lost. We don't know where he is. Young boy. I mean, he was grown up, living in his own apartment and so, but very young. And then I felt like this was something I never thought would come close. You never hope anyone would experience something like that. But what I thought was that I should have the ability to see what happened. And in that case, I'm not sure if the spirits prevented me from seeing it somehow, but because some of the things I've seen have been super clear, but I still don't understand them. But maybe someday we get some answers, especially them. But that surprises me, because why do I have this gift if I cannot help someone that needs it so much? But also maybe my own emotional, sort of willpower, that is not a relaxing, receptive mindset, because I really felt like, oh gosh, I need to find this boy. Where is he? Like that is a different way than receiving. So maybe it was my own mindset that put some brakes on it, so to speak, because you cannot not be emotionally affected by something like that happening, even if it's not close to you. Anyways, maybe I should jump back onto the whole conspiracy. This is not even a conspiracy. I mean, this is truth now that is out. So, but anyways, Jeffrey Epstein. Have you heard about him, Epstein? He was like an American finance man, who have been then. I mean, he has passed on, but he didn't kill himself. Anyways, they didn't want the clients to come out. That is seemingly high up people. But anyways, he have had this sex trade with underage or children, actually. So and that he have this island where many powerful people, like politicians, businessmen, famous people, I mean those celebrities or Hollywood people, are those that came to his island where he sold kids then. Yeah. And the thing is that what people think then is that there was this information that could harm these higher up people, and that's why he was killed, so he wouldn't expose them. And recently, this woman who exposed him, and also Prince Albert, right? For using her, she recently, assumingly, then took her own life, which is wildly. I mean, yeah, it's so wild. Just recently, before she was hit by a bus, her car, yeah, and then they suddenly claim she killed herself. Everything around that is so wild. But anyway, brave girl. But that was what happened. I mean, assumingly killed. Yeah. Anyway, so Epstein, back to him. He died in a prison cell in August 2019. And officially that is also suicide. But yeah, that probably was a way to silence him, is what people think. Some people think. And many of these document that was connected to Epstein have been kept secret or just vanished. So there are those who then believe that they contain very sensitive information or involve very powerful people. So yeah. And then another conspiracy now I can talk even, is about stem cells and placenta and so on. About some theories that there is a secret agenda around stem cell research, which is connected to using embryonal, I mean embryos, stem cells. And critics mean that this science can lead into, or have led to, unethical methods to create life or manipulate humanity. And there is some science, like or theories about that placenta from people have special uh, properties that can be used to enhance the health and prolong life. And some people mean that research like that is hidden by government and businesses. And so yeah, and that this information about stem cells and placenta and so on is hidden purposely to control the health of the population and the future. Because there are some people that say that these properties can have miraculous health benefits that cannot be exposed and officially. So it's one of the things. There are so many things, and they go in all directions, but that's some of the things. Yeah. So that's that. What else do I really need to say? Gosh, I have to move my leg back and forth now when I talk, because I was sitting here for so long. But I'm so happy that I got in, so I don't want to go out. What else? Is there anything else that I really want to say now? I want to go into some time, if I can ever get back in. I want to go into like more psychological and emotional stuff and talk about those kinds of things. But not today. I just don't feel like that's something I should do today. And by the way, Titanic, have you ever heard, or Estonia, by the way, but anyway, Titanic, this is something I just heard recently. I had no clue, connection to banking and stuff, that some say that there were some bankers that also went down with the ship because of their views on the banking system. According to this theory, there were like three high up bankers that was against this new central bank, the Federal Reserve, that was supposed to be then in the US. And these banks is said to have been Isidore Strauss, one of the owners of the Macy's. What does it say? The warehouse? No, what do you call it? But anyways, and Benjamin Guggenheim, what was a famous industrial magnate, and Edward Smith, a bankier who had connections to all different kinds of financial institutions. And the theory is that proposed that these men then was disturbing some interest in the finance sector, and that their death in the tragedy was like was intended to eliminate this resistance against the central bank. Wow, right? Who knows? But that's some things that I just recently heard. But I'm not saying that there is proof or anything about this, or I just think it interesting to hear various ways of seeing things. Yeah. So most people mean that that it went down, the Titanic, was because of a combination of different kinds of things, but also that they were colliding with an iceberg. Yeah. But anyways, Federal Reserve, talking about that. God, I want to go everywhere. That's like the USA central bank, and there have been so many conspiracy theories through the years about that. But one of it is that it's private owned, and there is a power concentration. Like it's a private business that control the economy of the land, and the owners is a small group of banks and financial institutions. Uh, and that's why they mean that this is a dangerous concentration of economical power. Um, and some mean that these Federal Reserve consciously create inflation to like for the benefit of some banks or big businesses or so on with without taking in consideration ordinary citizens. So they claim that this does that banks will then give loans for a low interest, and then like what is the word for that? Then earn more money when they raise the interest. So, but the creation of Federal Reserve is also it was created 1913, I think. Yeah. Some people say that that also was a secret plan by banks and businessmen to establish a centralized control over the economy of United States, and they mean that that is like to eliminate competition and get more control of the financial system. That is, and also when it comes to Freemasons, we have to touch on to all of this now. That have also for a long time been in Sweden, that's wild, by the way. But anyway, there's a lot of theories about that, also because they are secretive in their ways. But when and I think this is personally, I think this is depends on what level, as well as where and when. I mean, I don't think this is the same all over. I think there are different kinds, actually. But anyway, and I've met someone, a teacher I had once, Christer, who was really afraid. He was involved in them and gone through quite some of the. I don't know how far he got, but he left, and he was so scared still, so he didn't want to mention about what he didn't dare rather to mention, because they would kind of kill him if he that much we understood about what he said if he would talk. But anyways, Freemasons then have been people have had all kinds of ideas about them and about their power and influence, and also that they are like an elite group that which aim is to control the governments of the world or the economical systems. And many believe that they have a great influence in politics and business and media as well. And also they have a lot of symbolic rituals and so on. And actually Wicca have been influenced quite a lot, by the way, by Freemasonry. But they use different kinds of symbols and rituals, which have then also led the suspicions to that they have hidden agendas. And also that these symbols are connected to occult or esoterical practices, which is obvious. I mean, how is that a secret? But anyway, when it comes also to the New World Order, This is also claimed as being a secret plan to establish a totalitarian global government that will control all aspects of life. And some of the things that this theory is about is like the control of the elite, or some people don't like the word elite as if they would be better, but anyway. According to this theory, there is this small group of powerful individuals, often referred to then as the elite, that which aim is to create a unified world government. And these individuals include them political leaders, business, those high up in business, and also members of secret societies like Masons or Illuminati, and sometimes is that the way people talk about it. And about the globalization, many people also see globalization as a step towards new world order. They mean that these the increased international cooperation and business deals and so on is that the aim is to lessen the sovereignty of, or autonomy, maybe you could say, of the nation, and then lay the foundation then for a global government. And that may sound good, but is it though? But anyway, conspiracies around the smart cities also is about this surveillance. If I wasn't clear about that, control and the influence on the freedom of the individual. For example, surveillance is one, obviously, but also to collect data uh, by technology and sensors and so on, that it will collect a lot of data about the citizens. And I believe that this collection of data can then used against or used to surveil, let's say, citizens' behaviors and activities, which then will lead to a loss of private life. And also about control and manipulation, that these smart cities is a way for governments and big businesses to gain control over the citizens' lives. And it can be anything from have a surveillance of how the traffic goes, or energy and water use, where I've seen that also. I wonder what that is. Well, they dig and change in those water systems, and whoa, actually in a very weird way, I must say. And this was long before I heard these theories, but that they will have like even control the water goes down the drain, like, and so on. Anyways, where those in control and can influence and control citizens' behaviors. And that's even if you just think about it, like I haven't not even listened or read 1984, but even if you just think about that, you don't have to think about nightmaring, as they say. We should be daydreaming instead and making this beautiful world, but we shouldn't be blind at the same time. So some people mean also that this infrastructure in these smart cities, like bridges and other important buildings, will be then equipped with certain technique that make it possible for those in government, not government, but those who rule, let's say, to surveil and control the citizens. So specific things like, for example, sensors and surveillance of bridges and roads that can collect data about how the traffic goes and the speed, or even how people walk, the movements of people who walk. and that can then be used as a surveillance of citizens and collect personal information, as I said. So, and people are afraid that these systems can be used then to control traffic or official services, like in a way that would limit the freedom of movement for the individual. For example, like restrictions and what is the word for that? And fees based on the behaviors of citizens. And actually, if you have listened to Leif GW Persson, if you're a Swedish person, oh God, that's his last name anyway. He is a criminologist. He was doing this program, and he talks about that, how that can be. Well, anyways, he was quite clear about certain of these things, how that can be really, really bad. And suddenly they cut him off from this series of program that they did, which is interesting in itself. But he was onto this for sure. And he was not approving of this whole control system and where it is leading, where it's heading. We think that is like, some people think that this is very much safety, but is it though? Anyway. So bank ID, cash-free societies, and so on, and as I said, electrical cars and so on, smart cities, and this potential surveillance, this control structure, and when it comes to bank ID or digital identity, that then that is possible to when you can digitally identify someone, because that is also hacked sometimes. How does this work now then? But anyways, to like show that you are you, like that you are authentic, which can then be seen as a part of a surveillance system where every transaction and activity can be traced. Even that in itself, how can everyone just feel like, okay, like what? Anyways, certain theories then claim that that can lead to increased control over individuals' economical behaviors and decisions, and also by just, when it comes to this whole whomever listening, because we should buy this or that. I had my phone at home. I hadn't decided what to buy. I went to the store I used cash pay. I always pay with cash. But anyways, and when I got home, I didn't pick up what I have bought, and it was something I never used to buy. I immediately got a commercial on my computer, my laptop at home, about what I just bought. And this was some years ago. And how is that possible? I mean, yeah, they have some surveillance with at the where you in the store, like, or and how is everything connected? Then how can my computer know that? Like, it's like a little bit scary though. Overall. Anyways, and this transition, like to a cash-free society, can also be seen as a way to, as I said, trace every. Oh God, I've been here for 3 hours now. I need some more water on this one. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm here, but I don't want to go. I have my voice back. I will take my chance to say everything I want to say. Wow, I need some water just because I'm overheated. Wow. What's time? Oh, it's 1:00 at night. I didn't even recognize that because I was so happy being here. But anyway. I will go on and on for a little while longer. So there is also another thing about the Hollywood thing. Maybe you've heard by now. And that this Illuminati is one word for it, but many people don't believe in exactly that. But anyway, some secret societies. A theory is that then Hollywood is infiltrated by, I call it Illuminati or other secret societies that try to rule the world through entertainment also. And according to this theory, films and music and so on is used to spread subliminal messages or to influence then culture and society. And so to control our consciousness. Some people believe that some Hollywood productions and so on, that they are meant to control, to guide, or not guide, but like govern or manipulate the audience thoughts and behaviors. And it's also claimed that some films or TV series can be used to normalize certain ideas or values, and in that kind of way influence the norms of society. Hey, someone is in here. If you want to chat, no, you left. Bye bye then. So yeah, and also when it comes to, oh, maybe I need to say that also, when it comes to fake deaths, also there is a theory that some of these famous persons in Hollywood have been faking their deaths and living secretly somewhere. And this series can be around like Michael Jackson or Tupac Shakur or so on, that they have chosen by themselves to just go underground, so to speak, and to avoid official life for one or another reason. And if you've heard about Estonia, MS Estonia, that sank in Östersjön here in 1994, there are many theories, but they are also quite, some of these sounds like theories, but if you look into them, they are all already, some of them are really, really already by now, it's out there already, like, so. Anyways, about that, it was bad security, let's say, and those who had the responsibility didn't like take that, let's say. And some mean that this was the whole thing was also consciously toned down about these security problems and so on, or some lack in the construction of the ship or so on. That they did hide information of it because they wanted to protect their own interest, which involves in itself then military, military involvement. That this, oh, I bumped into this thing. Anyway, that it sank because as a result of military activity. And some mean that it could have been an accident, but also connected to secret testing or practices or so on. Drills, let's say. And some people have even speculated that it may have involved military ships in that area at the time of the accident, but accidents. And then we have Olof Palme. Why not? We are at it. Oh my. The one that, he was shot 1986. And there is a lot about that. And I have checked into that a little bit. But anyways, there is this political motive, that the theory is that he was murdered because of his political views and decisions, especially related to, foreigner politics and so, and that he supported certain regimes. And some people believe that he is the way the what he stood for made him a target for political extremists, like. But there is also this international conspiracy about that suggests that this murder was a result of an international conspiracy connected to what is that called in Swedish now? No, in English, I mean, underrättelsetjänster, like SEP or like those who work for state that wanted to stop Palme from influencing globally politically. So, and I think that is a good. I've seen. It doesn't matter maybe who shot him, but I've seen his face in a vision. And so I think this second one is most likely. But anyway, also Kurd. I think you say that Kurdic Kurd separatists is a theory also that the murder was executed by, I don't know how you say that in English, but anyway, whatever I said, that may have seen him as an enemy because of his politics, and he supported Turkey. Then, hi, someone is in here. No, you left too. No one wants to talk here, which is sad. Anyways, I want to talk apparently. So what they mean then, that this theory is that he could have been a target because he was very engaged in this in the questions regarding that. So and if you haven't heard about the word psyop, means psychological operations. That's like a term that is used in military and so on, to describe strategies or methods that is with aim to influence and manipulate people's thoughts, behaviors, and feelings. And psyops can be used for a bunch of purposes: to influence the opinion, like opinionen, like the general opinion. I mean, to spread specific information or disinformation. As a psychological operation can have as an aim to form the views of people regarding a certain question or event. And I have been exposed to this myself, not by maybe who knows, by government, but yeah, and also how certain lies and so on have been spread to influence others' view of me. Anyway, to create confusion and insecurity by spreading like information that goes in various kinds of ways that are not coherent or consistent, like, then you can also destabilize an opponent and create insecurity by civilians. So so it can be also used to influence the morals of the opponents and the will to fight by spreading information or lies or so on that undermine their belief on their own thing, like, or leadership, or that they could change anything, like. So mafia organizations and criminal groups also use these psychological methods to influence and manipulate individuals. So, and it can include threats and techniques to frighten people, and to threat individuals or their family members or so on. They can create fear and to make them fold, let's say, and to make them more willing, not willing is not the right word, but more likely, I would say, rather, to obey or to cooperate. And disinformation, as I said, to spread false information, to confuse or misguide something, can be a strategy as well. So that can include to make a person hesitate to talk to authorities and so on, or others who want to be of help. So and social pressure, I mean, as the mafia as well can use social relationships to influence and some individual, for example, create guilt or loyalty to some group or so on, which can lead to a person act in agreement with whatever they wish them to do, though. And I want to mention, I'm not sure about all of that because I haven't listened to them all the time, but there is this Swedish, there is also some English videos on the channel, the Fria. That's a Swedish organization that have been described in various ways that I won't go into, but a lot of things is interesting, I feel, about what they have to say. But the criticism towards them may equally be good. Who knows? I can't say for sure. But yeah, I can't say. But I mean, to express your views should be okay, I feel. And your perspectives without being censored. And also, I'm not sure, there may be things that I don't see there, but also, that people are misrepresented by mainstream media, for example, and so on, just to portray someone in negative way doesn't mean that they could be, but it could also be a way that don't mirror their real opinions or intentions. So we shouldn't also listen too much to those kinds of things without going in to actually listen to whom it is and what they are saying, but critically, and question also that. But yeah, not just buy when someone tried to put a stamp or a label on someone or something. So yeah, I won't go into them, but anyways, some of the things that I've heard there make sense to me. That's what I can say. And also, when it comes to this wonderful thing, COVID, shall I even mention it? Some people think that this is a result of laboratory accidents, and that this virus was intentionally created as a biological weapon. And there is a lot of other things around this, that it's used to, the purpose is to control or hurt people. Also that this mass vaccination was a part of lessen the population in the world. So, and also that these pandemics was used as a excuse to implement the surveillance and control of citizens, and also as a testing process to see what would people do, how would they act if we just locked them up, like, or so would they be obedient, or how would this like a test run. And there is also these about technologies that, like apps in the phones and so on, that have this face recognition that have been used to limit individuals' freedom and to collect data as well. And also when it comes to use, should I go even there? However far, although I just touch onto the surface. But there is a lot of ideas here also when it comes to that. And that is the idea that Jews control the world's governments or financial systems even, and media. And this like it's like that is a secret agenda to dominate the world. And some also claim that they are the ones responsible for the economical crisis, or that they govern banking and financial institutions, and they can then promote themselves well when others suffer from it, let's say. Yeah, and they have been accused from a lot. I'm not saying that this is correct. I'm just saying what have been theories. Yeah. So, but that have also led to them being discriminated, I'm sure, and followed and treated badly. So, I'm sure for some have these been used to say that violence or so on towards them have been a good thing. These yeah, these rooted, deeply rooted, not preconceptions, but what is the word I'm seeking? No, predator. Um, you know what I mean, I think. A stereotypes kind of thing. But also, it's interesting that the term anti-Semitism, by the way, it's like that like talks about refer to Semites, which is an ethnical group that includes both Jews and Arabs. So, well, we always just mean sort of Jews and their cultural or religious or whatever historical identity, which is because the Arabs are also Semites. Anyways, children of Sem, or what it says in the Bible or Quran. So sometimes when you look at these things that are forbidden almost to look at into, it raises questions though. So yeah. But I mean, I think questions should be allowed, but I think also we should question the questions. No, but I mean, like, I don't want to shine a light on, or I don't want to promote, let's say, any phobia against whatever, anything, or so on. But I think we should look at things to also be able to see what's not there. Like, or if we just shuffle things under the carpet and don't like really look at things, I don't think that's the better way to go, though. And I think it's very easy, not easy. I think it's very important to know how we use words and language. That's what else is more influential. So yeah, maybe images, but yeah. But still, it influences our thoughts and our behaviors. So, and therefore, I think words. I mean, those in power also sometimes is an idea that they consciously use specific words or phrases to manipulate and to also mold the opinions of people, to use like political correct terms to hide truths or to steer the discussion in a certain direction and so on. Also, when it comes to media or so news and so on, they can use language that are also very obscure or like not clear, and or it can be like in a way that you should think in a different way, like to maybe influence the opinion, like propaganda. They can use certain euphemism or degrading terms, for example, to describe certain groups or events, like so yeah. And and the fact that Jews are that's a religion. Is people identify ethnically as Jews as well, but it's not like a people that are Jews. Like you can take this DNA and see if you're a Jew. It's not like that. And that is also like as a confused when you talk about it. It's not like Christians are like, okay, they're more spread around certain areas and so on, and maybe not kept as tightly together, but that in similar ways still they are that's a group of people that have a certain faith or traditions even, and so. And I don't really, maybe I don't understand, but I don't really see how that's such a difference. But it's made out as if it is, though. So, but it's clear that they often have been exposed to harassment or discrimination and so on. And maybe that also have kept them closer together. But yeah. Anyways. Well, I'm sure I don't know, but I will just say these things then. Yeah. Yeah. That's all I will say about that, I think. Yeah. And as I said, I'm open to understand more about this. Also, I'm curious. It's very sensitive subject though, and triggering, and I mean strong emotion around this. And also when it comes to Gaza now and this conflict, oh my, I won't even mention that right now. So, but okay, I will just move on before I start to mention that because it's horrible. That's all I want to say about that right now. What I can say is that what's called a genocide. First, you need, apparently since 1948, the FN Convention have like defined genocide. Like then there is needed an intention. There needs to be an intention to um, eradicate wholly or partly a nationality or ethnic group or race or religious group then. And there will have to be actions then, following actions that are counted as genocide, and that there are sorry how I burp, but that there are that they are acted out with that intention then. And then they have to then also cause serious physical damage or psychological damage on the people in that group then, and also there will have to be their ability to live have to have as purpose to physically destroy the group totally or partly, as I said. And also part of it can be to take measures to prevent that there are more people being born in that group. So and that can also be actions like forcing children from the group or move them towards another group or so on. and it must have this intention then to eradicate them as a group of nationality or ethnic group or race or whatever you call it, religious group as well, it could be. So you just have to think yourself then, is this genocide? Or yeah, I won't say more about that because just won't. And sometimes, when everything seems to be correct, but like, or not, what do you need to do then? What can you do? You can control the source. You can look at their rumor, actually. Also, I mean, that's not the best thing always. Maybe you should actually go after it in a different way then. If it's a bad rep, then maybe it's something to listen to. But also, if they have a history of reporting objectively, if you can, I mean, it's clear to see if something is very much just in one direction, but also to look into different sources and see how they describe things, so you get more nuanced view. And some people say that if many channels, I mean, challenge, gosh, report the same thing, then it's more likely true. But I wonder about that, though. I mean, is it likely less true than if it's just the same image of or way of viewing it? I don't know. Information is one thing, but the interpretation or way of seeing what have happened, so on, that should be many voices, I think, in every case, honestly. So, but you can also, when it comes to those who write things, to see the background or qualifications and so on, if they really know things about the subject or so on, and what have they worked with, what kind of sources have they worked with, or references even. What you mean with then references that are trustworthy, that is, is it that they are supported by statistics or expert then? Depends on who buy them, so to speak, who pay them. Follow the money, as they say. But to compare several sources, that is always, I think, a good thing. So you see it more nuanced anyway. Yeah. So updates in various ways as well then. But it's not no, it's not difficult. It's not easy to know what to believe. So what else? Well, I won't go into everything that I think about now. So I would just move on. Transparency is very important also when it comes to that. And an open climate of discussion, I think, is a good and healthy sign. And that's not always what's the case around here, but yeah. And I think sometimes I'm overcritical, and I try to have a softer view, a more loving or tender view on people. We all are people and have our things, but yeah, I'm a skeptic. I've become one that question everything, I think, and I kind of like that. But yeah, So what else is it that I want to say? I've listened to someone who talked about AA and Anonymous Alcoholics Anonymous, it's called, yeah. And there is also some that have some ideas about that it's like a hidden religious agenda, that want to control, so to speak, and that also that it's not scientifically proven that this is better than other. There are other treatments that are more efficient, but this is regarded as working well, whether it have been proven or not. Like, so I mean that there are hidden interests there also, like medical companies or other organizations that want to keep the status quo because that serve their own economical interest, and so that their successes are exaggerated to keep people in the program rather than offer them more efficient treatment alternatives. But there are those who have positive experiences of the program as well, and that have helped them come through or away from alcoholism. So, but back to I will just briefly go through that then. Skull and Bones, why not? Everything. That's a secret student. What is it called? Well, with Yale, at Yale University, that was founded 1832. There's a lot of speculations about that. And the most common one would be that it's about this whole old thing about the control of the elites, and that the participants in Skull and Bones often include those high up political and business leaders. It's like a network of power that influence important decisions in American politics and economy. So it's like a secret that this society is a secret government that control the events behind the curtain, so to speak. It's also very cult like, because some claim that Skulls and Bones have mystical or occult rites that are that the participants do, that they are like involved in secret ceremonies, symbolics, I mean, and also jealousy and power plays and so on. So that's why there are also ideas that these societies connected to more obscure or mystical agendas. So there are very many famous members that have been there through the years, and leaders of all kinds, like George H.W. Bush, the 31st president in the United States, and George W. Bush, the 43rd president in the States, and William Howard Taft, the 27th president in the States. And later he was chief of the High Court in USA. So, and John Kerry, he was a foreign minister and Democratic president candidate 2004. And Henry Luce, how you say, the founder of a Time magazine, and also a very famous publisher in America. So and also David McCullough, however you say it. He won the Pulitzer Prize and is a famous historian and author. And yeah, there are some examples then. Very influential people have been parts of Skull and Bones. So, for example, Stephen A. Schwartzman, he was the founder of Blackstone Group, one of the world's greatest investment companies. Prescott Bush, he was granddad to George W. Bush and George H.W. Bush. And not to both of them. That was his father, the other one. But anyway, he was like a a very successful businessman and politician also. And Avery D. Brundage, former, what is the word for that anyway? Like she was, I don't know the English word for this, but she was like in the International Olympic Committee and influential in sports. Yeah. William F. Buckley Jr., a conservative writer and founder of the National Review magazine, also famous for his role in this American political debates and so. John McCloy, former, still I don't know the word for ordförande, I should know that, but anyway, he was whatever that's called for Chase Manhattan Bank, and he was very influential in American politics and diplomacy, especially during Second World War. And then George Washington, the first president in US and one of the founders of the country, was also an active member of Masons. Now I get to the Masons, yeah. And Benjamin Franklin, one of the founders of the US, was also a devoted Mason. Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister during Second World War, was a member of the Freemasons, and Mark Twain, the very known American writer, was also Freemason. And Mozart, famous compositioner, what do you say? He was also a member of a Freemason lodge, and his the things that he created also have Freemason symbolics in it. Maybe you didn't know. Another one is Harry Houdini, the famous illusionist and escapism, who was also a Freemason. Very fascinated by mystique and the occult. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the 32nd president in the United States, he was famous for his leadership and during this Great Depression under Second World War. Henry Ford, the founder of Ford Motor Company and very influential in car industry, but also he was Mason. John Wayne, this iconic American actor and film producer, he was a Freemason. Voltaire, the French philosopher and author, he was also Freemason and contributed to the, what do you call that in English? Upplysningstiden, anyway. Charles Darwin, the famous nature scientist, who was famous for his theory of this evolution through natural selection. He was also Freemason. So, And there are also some conspiracies, let's say, about the World Health Organization. We WHO. I can't even. Oh, I'm so tired. Because it's very close connected to these companies of medicines and stuff, and therefore that they will prioritize their interest before the health of the people is what they think, and also that they are influenced by great companies that can influence their guide, whatever they recommend or the guidelines they give and so on. And also that it's said that during the pandemics, they consciously hid information from people about where it come from and so on. This laboratory in China, for example, the theories is like that they may have worked together with Chinese authorities to hide facts, for example, facts. And these vaccination programs and so on, it's like as seen as it could be as part of a greater agenda to control people then. And that also some say that these vaccines are used to insert microchip or to change people's behavior. There are no like scientific proofs on this though, but there are some ideas. And then we have the World Economic Forum, WEF. Have you heard? Now I've been here for 3.5 hours. I can't go. It's this great reset it talks about. Have you heard? So after COVID-19, its purpose is to infuse a new world order then. And that it would then include centralization of power and control over global economies and societies. Yeah. And that they meet together also as a platform or group to discuss their own interests and policy suggestions and so on that marginalized ordinary citizens' voices or interests. So they also think that surveillance, it's like a surveillance capitalism, that they support ideas of surveillance and data collection and so on as part of this economical agenda, and that could also lead to less freedom or less personal integrity and so on, where businesses or governments have more control over the individual's life. And then I also thought about, shall I talk about Satanism, by the way? Because it comes into this sometimes in certain groups or ideas. That's also a spread theory that there are secret satanic cultures that are engaged in rituals, including animal sacrifice or even human sacrifices. And yeah, sometimes they also have been used to create fear and suspicion against different kinds of groups. But some claim then, though, that these, and also Bohemian Grove, I guess, but that the power, those in power, like also politicians or businessmen and so on, are involved in these satanic cultures. And the theory is that these people then use Satanism to gain power or control over others. And also that it's in music and art. Some people believe that some artists or musicians use satanic symbols or messages in their music or artistic works to influence their fans or spread satanic ideas. And that have led to the claims that the music in itself would be a tool to recruit other people to Satanism then. But yeah, there are many ideas of this. I also have written down about this Wicker Man. I won't even talk about that because I won't right now. That is wildly crazy, I believe. But oh yeah, I won't say more about that. I mean, I don't see how that is less crazy than the other way around. Whenever that happened, it doesn't like make it better if you are as bad as others you criticize. Like, how is that better? Anyways, yeah, that was an insane film, I feel. Anyway, or it was not the film itself. It was like the one who recommended the film was like protecting the ideas of the film, sort of, as if it would be a norm, like if it would be sane, sort of. That made me like, whoa, okay, like, yeah, I don't think so. Anyway, but anyways, moving ahead here. Well, maybe I haven't so much more to say. I think what we need, though, is work together and not blame each other. And I do we'll need to cooperate. Well, is this not easy? I know, but be more empathic and understand others' perspective and needs. I think that is a way forward. But yeah, how easy is it? I'm not sure. But also information. I think people need information. Yeah. And for one's own self, I think meditation and mindfulness, or be more self-conscious and present, and also education and so on, but and learn about social things, psychology also. I've been anti-psychology as well, but I see there are some things there that are interesting also and can help. Yeah, there are so many things, but like see how our actions actually do have consequences, and that we are part of a community. We belong together. And also, not the least, trying to surround yourself with inspiring people that give you positive attitude, because even if we see these things, we can't let it drag us down, so we don't even have the energy to look at it again. Like, so yeah, I think we need to be more self-conscious and understand whatever values we have and reflects about our emotions and whatever our actions do in society. So yeah, that's what I think. So I think maybe I should go. So then, wow, I have so many more things I want to say here. What though? I talked about the star seeds. Yeah, yeah. I think probably I should go. Should I sit here for more? At least I have one like, but no one talks to me here. So yeah. But I would like to sometime in the future talk more about emotions, relationships, or so on, how to handle various things we've been through, stuff like that. That's very interesting, but I won't go there today because I just, there are so many things to look into if you want to. And I haven't even touched on to most of it, but yeah. I wanted just to say these things. I haven't fully gone all in doing that. But the reason is that I feel like some people have no clue, because even if we don't believe at all in these kinds of things, I think that there is a need to understand how other people around may think, you know, overall. So I think I will just go now soon, though. I'm really tired. It's 2 at night. I didn't expect to get in there. So, yeah. But all these things, I mean, to take care of ourselves in a physical way, wow, I'm not impressive with it when it comes to, but not only that, also our soul and mind, everything, in all ways. All those kinds of things are very interesting to me. And many times it's quite simple things that is needed to really change things a lot if we just have the right yeah, it's about information there too, I guess. Yeah, it is for sure. And many times people also work and work, or are fully busy with everything, so they don't have time also, or energy to look into stuff. I can understand that so well, but yeah, there is so many positive things out there. I just want to claim that now, because it seems like I've been very negative here. But I wanted just to touch on to briefly onto certain things like that. Also feng shui, stuff like that, I think is interesting. How to cleanse our environment and stuff. I want to go into that. I won't, I said, I want to, go into that a little bit more. Some people have no idea about these things, and how it can change everything also. Yeah. Okay, what else? Am I done now? And also just to have suggestions on how to think, like affirmations that you could use. For example, if you want to set boundaries, sometimes it's just not that you cannot set them, it's just that you don't find words. That have at least been my problem. Sometimes I have not find how to say that, like how to do that. Yeah. All kinds of these kinds of things is something I want to talk about sometime, because I think everyone of us humans are very much triggered by emotions, whether we think so or not. And I think we need to understand those more and be friends with them more. Yeah. Then I want to go into all kinds of, as I started out, I think about all the kinds of healings, variations, and stuff. Even do maybe healing here. Yeah. There is so much to talk about. Yeah. Yeah, but no one is here, I think. No, it's just me. So I just talk about myself. So, well, I need to go. I don't want to go because I don't know if I can come back before I get a new computer. Oh, my laptop. I don't want to do this on the phone. Yeah. But also, by the way, another thing to end up with, if anyone has energy to listen to this, I applaud you very, very much. But anyway, when it comes to HBTQI and so, there are also different kinds of ideas that there is an agenda to indoctrinate children and youths in schools, to influence the sexuality and identity of the young people. And this is a greater idea. Greater, not in a good way, but bigger, like as that is in like the men, even the men's aggressiveness, if you say, or the macho, no, but it doesn't have to be macho, but the typical male traits are like degraded or seen like bad, and the purpose here is like, or the thought is like that, that the more they undermine men, the less resistance, because the men are the ones mostly that have been fighting the wars or protected and so on. So that would be easier to control people then. So not everyone who talks about this is like against personal, how you identify yourself, or like whatever sexuality orientation or so on. It's about what's behind this, what is the propaganda maybe. So anyway, so some mean then that these movement infiltrate various institutions in society, medias, education, everything, to like promote this gay agenda, let's say, that undermine also traditional values that hold society together. Is that what some people claim? And that it is about power and control. So that they also mean that they want to influence the norms of society and values, and that they want to influence laws and policies, so that would like uh, serve their interests. Yeah. And the more we get from those family structures and values that we have had, let's say, or traditional, then it's easier to control also, and to break people up, because that's like a strong, and that's, as some people seen it, it started when we took children from moms and put them into institutions, like as no choice, you know. So yeah. And some people even think about it as is that it's like an economic opportunity that is directed towards this group. Yeah. So that's that. Oh man. Oh, and back to track about this whole. I have this idea about a wonderful new tarot deck, but and I think it will become. I think I have many new ideas actually about the tarot deck, also book, and also all kinds of things. But I had to revise that deck, and now I think it even get better. I was a little bit disappointed when it didn't go my way, but um, actually I do it just for fun. So why did I care about that though? Because I had so beautiful descriptions and ideas. I think that was the fact. And then when I couldn't make it come to reality or manifest, I was like, what? Like, but now I started over, and it seems like this way around, so far it's perfect, the few cards that I'm in. So I'm doing that for fun, not only for fun, because it's very, I mean, cards are tarot cards, not only tarot cards, also oracle cards, but so they are really why there is so much deep wisdom in them. So I would like to describe even the cards that I thought about making, and the different meanings of the cards maybe, but not today. Satan. No, I'm just kidding. Someone used to say that. Pat King. But anyways, yeah. So there are so many beautiful things, and yeah. And when I got in touch with certain of these theories, I'm not saying I agree with many of them, but uh, it first of all, it took a while for my mind to even realize when it comes to the banks and all that. I was questioning it. I was angry. I was everything. And I thought I was losing my mind because everything I thought, or many things I thought or trusted the word was turned upside down. And yeah, it was crazy to move through that process of realizing I have to see certain things differently. But when I did, now that feels calm. So I understand if some people find that it's so distressing to not evil, to even think about that could be the fact, because it feels so threatening, But I think to see things doesn't mean that, I mean, that actually means the opposite of that it would go that way. If everyone saw certain things, then less likely it will go to shit, right? We need to hold each other also while we wake up to things or see things as they are, or if they are. And I'm not saying we should go all in and search for conspiracies. I think it's fun myself. Not only fun, I think certain things of it I really do believe, though, or I know about the banks, for example. Um, but I'm also I'm curious about things that are outside the norm. I think it goes with the whole indigo thing way far away. So not far away, But I was going to say I'm tired. So what else right now? Do I have to say something else? No, I don't think so. Thank you, anyone who will come in here later and listen. Maybe I probably should add that this is a pod, but I think also I won't. And many of these things that I mentioned, even if I mention them as just theories, this is so seen in a bad light. So even that will cause very much conflict with other people if I mention it on my official Facebook, even if I just describe how other people see it, and that in itself is not a good thing. That you cannot. So yeah. So that was that. I think I'm done for now, although I have a lot of ideas. But I want to go into this. Was just brushing over the surface because it was too upsetting for me to realize how unaware people are, unaware of how other people see it, at least some people. So I think if you dismiss something, you should at least really try to understand what it is you dismiss, right? Or just say that I don't know, I have no opinion about it, or whatever. But if you totally dismiss things, which many people do, without even looking into it slightly, how can you do that? I think that's why I wanted to just touch on to a few things that have made me see things in a different light. Yeah, gradually, but this was over years. I can't say that I was a quick. I'm still not quick. There is so much that I do not know. So, yeah. And I'm not saying these are knowledge, the things that I mentioned. I just also, as an entertainment thing, just wanted to talk about something here. Okay, 4 hours in. Probably I should sleep. My cat is just sick of me. Another thing I do is alchemy therapy, as I call it, is illusion focus brief therapy, actually. But I'm educated in it, but not formally. I know how to do it, but not. I haven't gone to that formal education, so I cannot call it that. So I call it alchemy therapy. That's really, really, really fantastic and efficient. I really, really love that. Yeah. But it's also difficult as a therapist to do that, because that's the only thing of the things that I do where I actually let the other one lead. And I do trust everyone's inner self and that they know best their way forward and what pays and everything. I do fully believe in that. And at the core, they have all the knowledge they could ever need. And to still act in trust of that instead of imposing my stuff onto people. Wow, that's pressure. So I guess of the things that I do, and I also love to do that, that is the most difficult thing, because I can't combine that with the mediumship readings or stuff, because I then maybe I should go to the Tibetan Book of Death to end. I think I should. Okay, I should. The basic outlines, which I also kind of teach in the medicine wheel, you could say, for those who are at that stage. It's called Bardo Sorol. I think you maybe pronounce it. The different stages of consciousness after death. So I will just jump into that suddenly. Shikai Bardo is the first Bardo. That is the where you are at in a consciousness directly after death, where the dead person experience, they have seen this clear light, and that represents the basic reality, and or basic, what you say, the essential, I think you should say, reality. And if this person can recognize this light, they can realize liberation then. And I don't know how you pronounce this, but Chonyid Bardo, the second Bardo, under this stage, the dead person experienced different versions and visions also, and apprehensions, let's say, or so on. And also inclusive are manifestations of their own thoughts and feelings. It's like dream world, you can say. And here they can also meet various Buddhas or even frightening apprehensions, depending on their karma then. And then we come to the third Bardo, Sidpa Bardo. And during this stage, the souls start to seek a new form of existence. And here this dead person experience different situations and choices that also are influenced by their previous actions or karma. So they can see various life forms and opportunities that are born to be born anew. So the choice of next life is dependent on their conscious and subconscious wishes. And these three stages are describe the way the Tibetans look at consciousness journey after death, and how that is connected to the cycles of life and karma then. So yeah. Just jumped into that and out of that. No, but the reason I talked about that is because this is very much what we do also in the medicine wheel. We wake up to that in this life. We don't have to die to practice that. Yeah. Oh, and this, I need to take this story before I go, right? Briefly. Have you heard this story about Buddha? About the story about Angulimala? It was like Angulimala was a gangster that had been dismissed from society and had started doing crimes to survive. And he got his name because he collected like sums from his victims that he, as a proof of his murders, he had them like on a necklace, I think, around his or something. But when he met Buddha, then one day Buddha was walking through the forest and heard Angulimala. When Angulimala heard that people talked about Buddha and wanted to kill him as, like a new victim then. And Angulimala, he ran after Buddha, but to his surprise, he couldn't catch him because Buddha was going so calmly and so meditatively. So however he ran, he didn't come closer. So he was so mad and shouted at him, "Why are you not stopping?" and so on. And he said, "Well, I'm the..." No, I don't think that's the same story actually, but in another story, I think it was, he said like, "I'm still, you are the one running." It's like the mind is running in this Angulimala. But anyway, eventually Angulimala then catched up with Buddha and threatened him. And Buddha answered calmly and compassionately and said, I've already stopped killing, but you continue to kill. Why do you want to harm others? Buddha didn't show any fear or aggressiveness against Angulimala. Instead, he talked to him with compassion and wisdom, which made Angulimala stop and reflect over his actions. And Buddha explained that real strength come from what is the word for this? Övervinna, like win, you could say, over one's own inner hatred, and that it is possible to change no matter what the previous mistakes have been. And Angulimala then became deeply touched by the words of the Buddha and realized that he had chosen a path of suffering. So after this meeting, Angulimala chose to change his life, and he realized that he didn't want to continue on his destructive path that he had been following. And Angulimala asked for forgiveness for his actions and decided to follow Buddha and become one of his disciples. So, and Buddha took him in and with open arms, and Angulimala started his way to enlightenment. And he practiced meditation and followed the teachings of Buddha, which led to this deep transformation. So Angulimala became a symbol of this possibility for change and forgiveness, no matter what the past had been. And Angulimala lived the rest of his life as a monk and preached about Buddha's teachings, which was inspiring to many others, although some people at the beginning were very afraid of him still. So it was a powerful reminder that even the most lost soul can change, and that it's never too late to seek forgiveness or to strive for a better way. Angulimala was known as a person that have conquered his past and his hatred and stuff, and contributed to others as a source of wisdom and compassion. So, that's also beautiful. I mentioned it very briefly, though. You can it can be more details in that story that I just jumped ahead from. But anyway, yeah, I guess that's it for now then. So yeah, I'm so happy I could be here and just talk. Yeah. And then I have nothing more to say. Yeah, right now it feels really, really good. And there are so many things more that I have to say or that I would wish to share and say, but I'm also glad just to be here by myself right now. So, okay, I will see if someone came in. I've been here but someone have been in here anyways. Over 4 hours now. Okay, I have to go. Although it's fun to be here, I don't have to stay all life. So, thank you so very much. Maybe I should, as I said, do some Reiki or some time, or I just want to focus on the positives. Yeah. It didn't sound like it now, apparently, when I talked about all this. But yeah, I over and over say that, but it's more so surprising that some people are totally unaware and have never heard these words, don't know what it even is. It's one thing that you dismiss it after you have at least checked into it briefly. But just to keep the blinds down all the time, I don't know if that is the path forward. But anyways, who knows? Maybe it is, though. Who am I to to tell, like so yeah. Anyways, yeah, well, I will have to go now then. Shall I pull some cards at the end here? I think maybe I will. Corn cakes. I will see if yeah, here I have a deck. Okay, well, I will pull cards now also, then I will go. So this is, you can choose 1, 2, or 3 as a little bit of a message to you. Whomever did cope like this, maybe you can choose all and you can ask one question for each or something like that if you want to. I mean, this is my gift to you. All right, let's see. For number 1 then, a message. Oh, this is difficult to say what this is. It's like a celebration that didn't happen. What is this? Like a strange message. I have to figure it out myself. I don't even understand that message. So I will see if I get some input from the booklet here. In this deck, it says oppression, apathy, conflict, restrictions. It doesn't feel like a good message. Maybe you are imprisoned somehow. I will pull another card to maybe explain that, because it feels like I can't just give you that. Page of Cups. It seems like you have mental problems. Sorry to say, but you question your path. You are like doubting so much. You are so much dreamy and in your emotions, and maybe have psychic abilities but cannot turn them off. It's like something like that, where you lose yourself kind of. Maybe you go in and out in psychic ward or something. I'm sorry to say this, whomever this is for. But I mean, that is a good thing also if it helps. Hey, someone is in here. I'm just pulling some cards. Do you want me to? Do you see the chat here? You can ask me. I can just describe them, though I can't like. But this is for the one. Maybe that one's checked in. I don't know. Oh, yeah. This is the problem. And also maybe all this, now I've talked about conspiracies, maybe all this also, if you have ideas like or thoughts like that, maybe it also can be too much. It can be too much to think that maybe these things can be true, some of them or so on. So you just drift off instead and ignore, I don't know. It's something about that. I maybe have to give you some advice as well. Okay. You try to like hold yourself together, but I think it's the illusions that you try to hold together. And yeah, you have a lot to work through. I think you have been exposed to meanness of different kinds, and you don't see how to plant a seed or even nurture a seed. I don't know how to help you. For someone number 1 here, I will see another advice. How can I help this? Or how can you help yourself, rather? Maybe you have seen yourself also as an outcast a little bit. I get this 5 of Pentacles, but reversed. So I think you need to see the beauty and just fill yourself with beauty and see that you aren't different in some bad way and you aren't alone. You need to maybe interact with others way more. Maybe also this comes from this period with COVID and isolation, and you kept this isolation going, sort of. Well, I hope you can mention if you understand what this means to you, number 1. Number 2. This is a woman in a leader position and a man who wants to be. I think there is a little conflict about that, and yeah, you don't feel that it's fair. I don't know who you are, but both of you don't think it's fair. There is some power struggle here, and you try to find balance of fairness. And I think this man oftentimes back away and let the woman lead, but the love get like you throw the child out with the bathwater, or what to say, because you go so into who is going to this be the one in that decides, kind of. And as I said, the man backs down a lot, but then when he in his own life, maybe not with you or so on, maybe he do that, but when it comes to other things, he wants to be on top and the one who pull the strings, like, or but this takes away. It becomes like you need to find a better way, like not to compromise, but to not this whole zero sum game. Check that out if you want to, where you both, it's a win-win for both. It shouldn't be someone that give up their will, or that's what needed here, because even if there is love, it's you don't contain it in that environment, let's say. And then number 3. This is heavy for number 3, and this is a very loving person, try to take care of everything, but this is a heartbroken person as well. Maybe, yeah, I think this is sorrow, someone have lost someone. I mean, like they have passed, and things are going very slowly now. I mean, yeah, quick in a way that you're just pulled around without feeling that you can control stuff. But also, I think you are tired, so things take a lot of energy and time. And someone that is in sorrow and sorrow, I mean, sorrow and sadness. I will see an advice to you then. Whoa! Oh, the female king of swords. You have a lot of intuition, and there is some man around you also. You can let him, I think, give to you that you are. I don't know. There is something there. I will see. What is it? That you can be receptive and not take care of everything yourself or something. Let's see. Yeah, this seemed to very much be like the first number 1 there. To take it easy. It feels to you, I feel, like as if you cannot change things or manifest things that you want. So you have stopped dreaming. You have been given up on dreaming somehow. This is so sad. How can this be helped then? You need to get out and to with friends, like sit in a coffee shop or something, and just where it's an exchange, a give and take, and you need that very much more to celebrate the ones you're around. And right now you feel like a little bit isolated, and it's you that push it away. I hope you understand, whomever this is for. Whoa, that was heavy stuff. But who else would have the energy to linger and listen to all this if you just don't click forward or something? But I mean, you have to feel kind of bad. I was almost going to say to do that. No, let's hope not. I hope you all start to feel better, but leave a comment if you want to. And much, much love, as I used to say on this channel, I think before anyway. And I mean it. For now, I mean it eternally. But also for now. Okay, what else? I don't know. I need to drink some more water. And just go. Thanks for everyone who stopped by, even if you left. I appreciate you still. And also I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. It would be fun to also chat a little bit someday, maybe. But it was calming, though, to just be here by myself. Although someone checked in also, and I got a little tiny like there. Thanks. Well, I needed this. I got really upset when I couldn't get into any of the channels. So let's hope I'm able to continuously do that now and then. And maybe on some channel where someone also used to be your chat or something. But there is a meaning to everything. I believe in synchronicity and that there is a meaning to this. So, yeah. But I wanted to get all this out there. I don't know why I had such a need for that. Yeah, I know why, and I told you why, but still. Take care, everyone. And I appreciate any of all of your ideas or thoughts about what I said or anything. Feel so free to mention your thoughts if you like. And bye for now, my loves.